All right, I am here. I'm back, and I have a mic. How's it going, everyone? Hey, Sneaky. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for popping in, and happy lurking. All right, I am such a mess right now. What am I doing? All right, gotta get it. Okay, man, my day has been weird. Anyway, I'm running around trying to get my tea. I turned on my tea, and then I realized it wasn't plugged in, and so I was like, "Oh crap!" Anyway, here I am. That was the fastest tea pour in the West. No, I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, okay. Let's do some painting. So, yeah, I've been really behind. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's sleep deprivation. Maybe I'm getting old. No, I don't think it's that. But yeah, so I've been super behind lately with doing art on stream. I feel like instead of voting at the 2 hour mark and having 9 thumbnails, I'm like 2 hours and 30 minutes in and I have like seven, and I've been chatting the whole time, and I don't quite like the thumbnails as much, which is fine. I don't really mind, but I do think, but also I haven't been very innovative with my thumbnails. Anyway, so I want to actually be keeping my goal for this year with streaming is to stop talking with my hands because I don't have a camera, and I should not be talking with my hands, and I could also be talking and painting. So keep pen to tablet, and yeah, that's the goal. Learn to talk while drawing. I know it sounds ambitious, but I think I can do it. Well, quickly paint before the regulars show up. True, true. And it's funny. I mentioned this to Rona yesterday or the day before. No, it was yesterday, I think. Um, I feel like I've been getting drained, like more so in the last like hour of stream than I normally do. So like instead of being going fairly strong, I mean, I always slow down a little bit. Oh, now I'm talking to my hands again. I always slow down a little bit towards the end of stream, but and I like mentally slow down, not physically I'm painting slower, but more just like I'm not as talkative. I'm a little more delayed to respond to things, that kind of stuff. But I think a lot of it, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm blaming people. I think a lot of it is that I think lately a lot of the regulars have just been more in lurk mode, and so it's been more effort on my part to respond and to keep up the chat. I've gotten so comfortable just always having a chat, which is makes it for really really easy back and like if you want to help a streamer out, like a new streamer or something, like just chatting is huge because it makes it so easy just to communicate back and forth, not have to worry about well really anything. You don't have to think of things to say really. It's just conversation. So that's by far I think one of the biggest drains lately. Yeah, that is also true. We have been lurking this month a lot more. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. It's fine. In fact, it's funny because I think if the stream is and the stream's not like declining, right? Like the stream, if I mean, it's staying about the same, right? Like in the 50 to 60 viewers or something like that, typically. Um, but hypothetically, if the stream were to grow, in some ways, I think having a quieter chat is good so that the people who really want to talk can talk, right? And you're not overcrowding with just regulars. Just not to say that I mean, don't get me wrong, I love chat, right? I would absolutely prefer to have some chat than no chat. But I think there's a point where there have been points in the past where chat is so fast that I mean, this was before Twitch added the new chatter thing or the new viewer thing. But there have been points where I've missed a lot of new people, or people have genuine questions about process or what I'm doing and what I actually do on stream and all that. That I just miss, and it sucks. I don't like that. So I do think it helps sometimes when there's less. But yeah, overall, I like. Is there a slow mode as well? I know, but that feels restrictive and not as fun. I mean, I guess, yeah. No, you're right though. Yeah, you're right. There is all of that. Guess we'll add some perspective to that. One of those. And I'm just blocking in shapes. I'm not really trying to. I mean, I'm sure again, if you've been here before, you know, but I'm just blocking in shapes. Not really trying to do anything other than maybe make some interesting shapes. There's a simple house and some structure that we're looking under, but I don't know what it is. Not super well designed, but that's okay. I don't know. It's not bad. It definitely needs our bright orange light because that's totally what we got to do. Well, maybe not. Maybe we do something. I don't know. Well, let's move on. I'm already. When in doubt, move on. Okay. We can always come back to it. Just picking some colors that are fun. But yeah, how are you, I in the night? How's your day going? Happy Saturday, as Steph would say. Hey, that really rhymed. But yeah, happy Saturday, Saturday. It feels weird. I feel weird when I say it, but when she says it, it sounds totally normal. But yeah, how are you? How's the weekend starting? And hope you all had a good week. Any art plans this weekend? Anyone? Okay. I want to switch away from, maybe we'll try some different, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to blob in some colors. I don't have to stick to them, but I just want to blob them in so that I'm going to use this smudge brush. Currently working on digital painting. Oh, nice. If you'd like to share, you are more than welcome to. I try to encourage people to share their art and what they're working on. I enjoy seeing it. Others enjoy seeing it, and it gives me a moment to switch my brain. Well, not that I need that, but it gives me a moment to look away from my own painting for a bit, which I like. It's not so important this early, but yeah, no, I'd absolutely love to see it. Anything you're working on, if you want to share. You can also drop a social if you want. I like to see what sort of people, or what sort of stuff people do. It's sort of a, I don't know. It's like putting a face to the name. Hey, Yogerbs! Long time no see! How are you? Wait, did you change your name? I feel like your name had Gerbs before, but it wasn't Yo Gerbs. Am I wrong? Or am I confused? I remember. Love the colors in the bottom one. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to pick some. So real quick, I'm trying to pick some just simple colors to work off of. They don't. Yeah, it's been crazy. Been working a lot at the hospital, so I haven't had time for drawing. No. Well, that's cool though. You've been working. And nope, no name change. Okay, I'm confused then. Sorry. Clearly, I'm thinking of somebody else then. But anyway, hope you've been well. And you know, working at the hospital, that's cool. That's cool. Certainly pays better than art. But yeah. Hey, Rona, how are you? Hello, hello, happy Saturday, as Steph would say. No need to apologize. No, I just wasn't sure. I thought maybe there was a Gerbera something who followed or who's been here a few times. They actually stream, and your name is spelled the same, except they have additional letters at the end and not letters at the start. I think. Maybe I'm confusing someone else, but I'm pretty sure there is someone else who has a very, very similar name as you, and I thought maybe you were them for a moment. Slide. Oh, thank you, Rona. Rona, how are you doing? How's your Saturday? Hope you're feeling well and all the stuff. I was planning to be around earlier today on Discord. Gerber. Oh, maybe. Okay, that's possible. I was planning to be around on Discord earlier, Rona, because yesterday I went to bed super early, and I did go to bed like I said I was going to. I said I was going to sleep, and I did, and then I woke up, and then it was at a ridiculous hour, and so I woke up, I did a little bit of stuff, I started playing some games, and then I just kind of wasted time for like 6 hours, and then I slept a little bit more or something. I don't maybe it was more than 6 hours. I don't know, but I wasted a lot of time today, and I basically didn't do anything, and because my whole schedule was so far out of whack, but it's okay. But I did. Then I had to sleep a bit before stream, because I didn't want to be super tired. And then I woke up and I feel kind of off, but that's okay. How's stream going? Stream's going good so far. Hoping that am not super, I don't know, tired all day. And I've told myself that one of my new goals is going to be to get better at, or to stop talking with my hands, because I know obviously you guys can't see it, and the more I talk, the less I paint. There's no reason I can't be keeping stylus to canvas, the tablet. So there's no reason I can't be doing that. So yeah, that's a goal of mine right now. At least for today's stream, that's gonna be one of the focuses. Okay, I'm doing the thing that I told myself last stream I didn't want to do. So let me copy this and shift some stuff. But yeah, what are you up to, Rona? What are you up to? And glad you're doing fine. Out of your hands will it solve for sure. Cut off your hands. Oh, yes, then I'm not talking with my hands. Exactly, Groven Under. Yeah, genius solution right there. How are you, Groven Under? Well, what was that button I just hit? I hit a button, and I zoomed out like a quarter step, but I didn't touch it. Question: can you guys keep track of a lot of characters in a book, but just by names? No, I keep track of people in books the same way I keep track of humans by name, which is I have to have things to associate them with, right? If someone says, "Hey, do you Tom did this," and I'm like, "Who's Tom?" I might know 5 Toms. Do I actually, there has to be context, right? I could be like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy who did this in the book," right? But so context for me is important. And even just hinting at the context. So this, like, clothing can do it. For example, let's say you had, I'm just making this up, but let's say you had a character who wore long robes, and at some point early in the story they were running and they closed the door and their robes got caught in the door. I feel like every time, if you were to mention robes, I would know who you're talking about, right? So it's not about the name so much. The names are good, but it's more about context and giving me something to latch onto that's either emotional or contextual. It's like if you had a character who is royalty, I probably wouldn't forget their name, but hinting at like how, if they're talking formally, right? Or if they're not talking formally, like those cues are gonna tip off. So basically, staying in character is gonna tip off who I'm, you're talking about, right? You know, are they with a character? When the other character starts talking, I'm gonna know who that is because they were the only one there, right? It's not so much about the name, it's more about, well, there was two people who were in a room, you know, if none of them left and the other one starts talking, you don't have to remember their name, right? You know who it is because the context is still there, right? That to me, I think oh crap, I'm talking with my hands or crossing my arms, more like it. So I think that for me is the big one. Speaking of writing, funny that you bring this up. I was reading a thing on Reddit. It was like a, I don't know, rant about how they don't like the Myers-Briggs personality test, which, you know, it has tons of flaws and people use it like a thing that it isn't. And anyway, it right. So anyway, it was like a criticism. And one of the things, like, the only thing this is good for is to create fictional characters and keep track of them. And you know what? There is something to that. I think that is brilliant. Using like a personality test thing so that you can kind of keep your characters relevant, like in your head. You can, when you write them, they're a bit more consistent. Like, I know that people typically have a pretty good idea of their characters. Monkey Man, hello! Just came home from work and nice. Well, welcome home. Now, hopefully you can relax. Or is that your plan? Do you plan on relaxing for the rest of the day? But anyway, I thought it was interesting to use like those Myers-Briggs personality tests to help write characters, because they can be a little bit more nuanced than, say, you know, this character is really ambitious and that's it. Like, that's their only character trait. But yeah. What makes a name stick? I don't know. I think it depends. I think so. There was a really good, again, on Reddit, there was a really good discussion about names and stuff, and there was a post on our fantasy subreddit about someone had an unpopular opinion that they don't like names with like that are hard to pronounce, and some of the replies were really, really good, and I thought it made a lot of sense for characters. Let's say you have a main character, right? I would imagine you would want the main character's name easy to pronounce, right? Because you're going to be saying it all the time. Also, you can, if it is hard to pronounce, you could also give an explanation in the book of how to say it. You know, maybe a character who first meets them is struggling to pronounce their name, and so they ask, and maybe the main character explains it. But one of the good examples that I saw was like, what if you have some nation that is far off, right? They're totally different culture, different customs, and you want to signify people come from this area. You could give them similar style names as each other, and even if they're hard to say, it's not that important what their name is. It's more how the name sounds so that the viewer knows, oh, they're from this area, right? So if you meet some random stranger and they only say their name once because it's not really important, you don't need to remember their name because it wasn't their name that was the important part. It was the way it sounded. That was an indicator of where they came from, right? So stuff like that I think is really cool, where you're using things in different ways. How is your rant level today? Oh gosh, it's pretty high. I'm already ranting, but I'm also painting a little bit. So yeah, I thought that was a really cool way to use names, is basically as a way to give information. And it's funny because I don't write stuff, but I think a lot about like writing and arting and coming up with ideas and that kind of thing. And obviously I'm not experienced at this, so everything I say, take it with a gigantic grain of salt. But I have been thinking a lot about like, conveying information in ways that people wouldn't, almost like a puzzle, like a logic puzzle. You know those logic puzzles, like Sammy's sitting next to Johnny, who's wearing a red hat, but he's not sitting next to Emily, who's sitting next to Tommy. Where is Jessica sitting? And you're like, what? You know those things? It's like, what information was actually conveyed, and like how can you convey information that doesn't, on the surface, doesn't seem like the information, but the brain will still pick it up. And I think sounds of names are a good one. I think even just, and authors do this all the time, like, well, and even since I read The Name of the Wind, where Patrick Rothfuss does this a lot, where he does like he'll explain two characters, or he'll explain a character, like, you might expect that, or it's hard to explain, but sometimes he'll explain things by explaining the negative and then just be like, well, that's not how it is for here, right? Like, everybody in this room, like, you walk into a room and everybody is dressed to the, all dressed up very fancy, and he describes all of the people, and then he says, but I was the exact opposite, or something like that, right? You described how the character looked without ever describing them, right? You described it literally everyone else, and so you've kind of knocked out two birds with one stone, right? You've sort of both described the setting and you've described the main character or whatever. So stuff like that's really interesting. But I feel it's fine with talking. It gives a homely feel somehow. You'll ask a question later. All right. Yeah. No. At any time. Also, Miko Lim, and Miko Lim. Thank you for the follow. How are you? But yeah, Ellie friend, the rant level is going good today. We are well on our way to ranting a lot. It's gonna be a ranty day. I hope it's a rant. I mean, I like days when I can actually keep on chatting. My only concern is when I'm too ranty and I don't actually get painting done. I do like to get painting done because in some ways this is still more of a painting stream. I don't know. Actually, I need to rethink that question. Do people actually show up for the painting, or do people show up for the rants? And I kind of feel like I might even know the answer, but I don't know for sure. I know some people will click for the art, but then, you know. But after a while, like, is it like, oh, I want to see what new painting Joe's working on because he does something new every day? Or is it more of like, I just find it entertaining? I don't know. It's hard to know why people show up to your stream. This is also another rant topic. That's another hard thing to know if you're a streamer. You might think you know why people are there. Like, oh, I put a lot of effort in. Like, just because I focus on one thing doesn't mean that's why people show up. And I think that's something that is really hard to gauge because my mind might be on the art, it might be on the chat, but somebody else might show up because they like the sound of my voice, which is weird, but fair enough. Like, who am I to judge what you like about the stream? So it could just be anything, right? It might be the vibe. You know, some people are like, oh, it's so relaxing. And I'm like, what? I'm over here like ranting my butt off, and somebody else finds it relaxing. Like, you just never know. So anyway, that's always good to ask, I guess. I'm going to make art, but I think... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Happy arting, Monkey Man. Good luck. Good luck with the art. Dude, I actually like your voice a lot, not trying to be creepy. No, it's fine. I don't mind. Also, I have a voice similar to Cynic's, I think, so it's funny because knowing that there's somebody who does art who is popular on YouTube who has a similar voice, it's just I don't know if it's comforting or reassuring. I mean, I've never really cared about that too much. I don't have to listen to myself, so, I can always justify it by if people are here, then clearly it's not that big of a deal, right? So there's many factors. Are common names more forgetful as the stories continue? I don't know. I don't know if I mean, I think, I mean, I don't know. This would be a good question for the fantasy subreddit. And what's cool is you actually have a lot of popular authors jumping in there. Well, not a lot, but there's oftentimes when you have like a genuine question that isn't super repetitive and it's somewhat interesting and there's nuance to it, you oftentimes have like pretty well established authors will pop into that subreddit and respond. So you might ask, because yeah, I mean, my hunch would be, but Joe, we are not there. We are here in your chat. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're trying to just converse. You're not trying to really get to the bottom of this. Okay. Well, I missed the point. Yeah, I'm not trying to send you away. The most common name in my book. I don't see. I don't know how to say that because I assume it's Chinese. And is it Shao? Li Shao? That's how I would pronounce it. But see, also pronouncing names isn't. And another author in the subreddit mentioned that even if you know how to pronounce a name or don't know, it's actually not that. It's not always that important. I think it was J.R.R. Martin. Did he say that? Like, he doesn't care if someone doesn't know how to pronounce the name. Sometimes it might be important, but sometimes it's just not. Because it's just like in real life, right? If you see someone's name spelt, you don't always know. I think if you're talking to them and someone asks them what their name is, right, then you could explain it. You don't know how to say the name because it's, well, okay, that's another good point, right? Does it really matter? It could be about again, if it's about like a, ethnicity or something, and if it's important, you don't necessarily need to know, right? Because it's less about the name itself and more about what the name conveys. And I think that it often is the case, right? Some names are just gonna sound fancy, and right, I feel like it'd be a little bit weird if you're like, I am the fifth heir to the, the fifth in line to the throne. I come from a long line of royals, and my name is Bob. It's like, does that sound like a royal name? Not really. Like, you could at least put, some like sort of beginning part to it, or like, there's ways to make names sound fancier, and I think it really depends on what the goal is, because yeah, I mean, it's funny. I think communicating, and this is something that's both, to me, is like a double-edged sword. I think any sort of communication, whether we like it or not, relies a lot on assumptions and stereotypes. Like, maybe not stereotypes, let's just call them assumptions. And if a name sounds Chinese, it doesn't have to be Chinese, right? Your character doesn't need to be Chinese because they have that name, but that's the assumption. And I think if you're in the business of writing, right, you're in the business of communicating. And I think having clear ideas and communicating those ideas is pretty key. So, yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of assumptions and stereotypes, and I think it would come off really weird if the character's name was Bob and he was, the next in line to the throne, unless you had a reason for that. Right? Otherwise, I would say stick to what's tried and true and what people understand. If you want to break it, then maybe explain it a bit. You can be like, believe it or not, my name is Bob, and I am next in line to the throne. You get it, like, this is, you maybe wouldn't have thought of it because of my name, or something. Like, I think you could call it out, right? I don't know. Apparently, my name is the best sounding name in English. It's the best sounding name in English. Matthew. Best sounding according to who? I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, what does that even mean? Doesn't that change generationally? Like, don't people pick names they like and then that changes as like trends? Like, names are very trendy, right? Like they change over time, and people why can't I skew this? Skew. Like, people's perception of names changes over time. So it seems weird to me that there would be like a like, this name's the most pleasant sounding. It's like, sure, until you are a terrible, you know, leader or something of a country, and then now you're nobody likes your name. Like there's, these are always toxic but hot. How's it going, Sunny? Yeah, very trendy. Yeah, there's a lot of. It's funny. There's a lot of stuff on like names and studying names, and because names really are very trendy. Like there's the classic example. It's like, oh, I'm gonna pick a cute girl's name for your daughter, or for my daughter, or whoever's naming their daughter, right? And you pick this name, and then you think you're being unique, but then four other girls in their first grade class all have the same name, right? It's like, okay, that's not just a coincidence. It's like the factors that led you to thinking that name is appealing exist for everyone. Right? It's not to say that everyone's gonna think the same, but you didn't arrive at the conclusion that this is a nice name entirely on your own, because you probably didn't even know that name existed, right? If it wasn't for other factors, and other people are also aware that it exists the same way you are. And there's just a lot of things, right? So like it could be demographics and Sunny, that just sounds like tar, toxic, and oh yeah, that is. I get it. I get it too. I didn't understand at first, but now I do. I know people say explaining the joke kills it. I disagree. Because if it's not explained, I'm not going to get it at all. So having it a little bit alive is better than completely dead. If it completely misses, it's not, you know. So yeah, thank you for explaining. Okay, I'm gonna do something. So again, this is the weird thing where I did this. Look at this. This is a no-no. I keep doing it, and I don't want to do this. So compositionally, I have the horizon line up here, right? This is kind of where we're looking, generally, right? This is all the ground that we can clearly see. But then I have these big structures that are breaking the horizon line, and I feel like it's bringing the attention even higher up. I feel like that's just unnecessary to the extreme. And what if I just make these the focal point, right? Like, what if I make these nice and tall? I mean, I know it changes stuff, but I feel like this has got to be a better decision for just overall image niceness. Now I can put the image up here. That might still be a bit. I mean, now the horizon line is in the middle, but that's okay. We could even go lower. Nah, I kind of like it in the middle actually for this one. Again, not ideal, but it's kind of fun. If I don't have a good reason not to put it in the middle, I'm going to put it in the middle. Actually, that's terrible advice. It should be if you don't have a reason not to put it in the on a third, then put it on a third. But I'm gonna break it because I think this looks good right now, kinda. There's gonna be a tassel. Maybe this goes upward and this goes downward. I'm gonna try and really get the perspective here to show. Really bring this to a point. I don't know why these horizon lines are the way they are, but looks like a school building or something. Select a thumbnail from a previous stream. All right. Which one shall it be, Waco? Wait, Waco, have you done any art lately? I don't remember what the last thing I saw you working on was. I'm gonna copy this. Copy, paste, change colors. It's gonna probably be very monotone. I'm always surprised whenever I copy and paste my colors and then I change them. Oh, sorry, not copy paste the colors, but copy and paste the thumbnail. Actually, no, these aren't too bad. Ooh, that could be fun. Let's do the green and red. We're obviously gonna totally change it. That was the last thing I worked on. Ooh, let's see. Okay. Number 5. 5. Ooh, that's a long time. Oh, wait. 1. No, that's January. Okay. Number 5 from January. Okay. January 5th. Number 5. Alrighty. I'll take this. Select it. So what just happened is Waco, if you're new here, Waco brought back a thumbnail from a previous stream that we will vote on today. What happened there? Oh, I wasn't copied. Let's merge all of these. Copy, paste. There we go. He brought one back that to so it'll be up for the voting. And then it'll be in the running for the voting. This is the last thing you worked on. Let's take a look. No, this is cute. Bunch of little chibi characters. I remember this a little bit. I think I saw it briefly. You do call these chibis, right? How's it going, Rare K3 and Cordy Shish? How are you, Cordy Shish and Rare K3? How's your weekends going so far? Okay, so I like these colors. They're kind of fun. The super red, unnaturally red, for no good reason. Okay, let's merge my layers. Yeah, yeah, chibis. Oh, love chibis. They're cute. Yeah, they are. What if we bring in some blue too? Red, green, blue. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. Bringing in that blue. Painting in some red, or some blue into the foreground because shadows. This red can end up looking like orange if in the sunlight. So we'll get some nice orangey in there. Maybe for some bright lights. Or maybe we do some stuff back here. And we just make it all orange. I don't know if this will look good, but let's try it. I don't know, I'm just making random shapes. And then of course I'm gonna need to do some of those same shapes up here. Just making literally not random, but just shapes that are some crimson palace. I don't know. That could be a thing. Is this crimson or is it just red? I don't know what crimson is. It just occurred to me I have no idea what crimson is. Crimson is just a word for red, right? Or is it a specific type of red? I don't use color names. Who uses color names? So yeah, what is crimson? Is this crimson? Or is this just, or is crimson deeper, darker? Or is that crimson? Or is this crimson? What is crimson? Crimson is more dark, right? Like this? Just like a dark red? Or am I wrong? Let me Google this. What is crimson? It just sounds crimson sounds fancy. Okay, yeah, it looks darker. A deep to vivid purplish red to vivid red. Okay, it's not very specific. Scarlet is bright red as far as I know. I'll throw another name in the fire and say burgundy. Yeah, true, burgundy. So yeah, burgundy. Yeah, I think crimson is. So apparently it's a little purpler, and maybe this is burgundy. No, no, burgundy is more of like a this color, right? I don't know. What the heck is burgundy? Dang it, I'm bad at. How are you, Chris the idiot? I don't like the idiot part of your name, but hi, Chris. Burgundy images. Oh yeah, that's a bit. Burgundy's more purple. Okay. See, so this is my. It's not a hot take, but I don't like color names like that. I think. I mean, obviously it's fine to use them, but I think like people can't always agree what colors are what. Is dark red purplish? Yeah, burgundy's a bit more purpley. But anyway, as someone who paints, I don't like saying color names because it's more about how you use the colors, and it's an old name I used as a placeholder but forgot to change it. Well, no, I mean, you don't have to change it on my account, but yeah. But anyway, hope you're doing well. Ooh, 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 ooh. This, maybe this teal back here could be fun. It's also something about people can't see nuance of color they don't know the name of. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. I've heard some like some cultures and languages that have more colors or more widely used colors. So like I think it is it Japan somewhere has more colors for green. I don't know if it's true that they can see wider variety of green, but I think they can differentiate between them in their uses. So like for example, even if that little part of it isn't true, like the what do you call it? Like being able to see a wider range of colors, I think there's still an element of like you have the structure in your brain to know when to talk about them. So for example, like a yellow green versus a blue green, right? You might talk about those colors as different depending on the context that you're in. Um, so that could be a thing as well. But yeah, I'm pretty sure some cultures, if you have names for a wider range of colors that you use frequently, that those colors are you're more sensitive to those. Meaning you can pick them out of a lineup a bit better. But again, it's not. I don't think it's like specifically like this color is burgundy, but it's more like you might have a color to describe you know wilting grass green or something, right? And just the fact that you are paying attention to those things, like how often do you look at grass and name the color of it, right? So how often do you have to think of the color of grass? Well, if you're like me, it's basically oh it's green or oh it's brown, right? You don't say this looks like this other word for green, right? I don't have to consciously think of what color am I looking at because I'm not trying. There's no language around describing what color I'm looking at. It's just yeah, grass is green, trees are green, it's sunny outside. But sunny on green is still like a yellow green, whereas green in the shade is a blue green. But we just call it green because we don't talk about that sort of nuance. So my guess is it's just a matter of what you pay attention. I mean, this is always the case, right? If something is occupying space in your head and you're thinking about it a lot, you become better at thinking about it, essentially, and understanding it. I mean, that's the same with art, right? The more you think about these concepts, the better you are at just putting them down. And I mean it's all interconnected. So yeah, I think there's a lot of that kind of thing going on. I had heard that Russians are better at seeing different or like the differentiate. Again, I don't think it's better at seeing the colors. I think it's better at differentiating them because for them they represent two things, right? If I were to say which of these blues is closer to the blue of the American flag, or something like this, right? I bet you a lot of people could pick the one that's closest, right? Because they might see that blue. But it's not to say that you can't tell the difference between these, right? But if it came time for I to say, for me to say, oh, pick the blue of the flag, people could pick this one, right? I don't even know if that's true. And I guess my point is that now imagine you're doing this with leaves, and now you have, yellow, green leaves, brown, green. I don't actually know which one it is, but now imagine you have, yellow, green leaves that are lit by the sun, and I don't know. I just made it. I have no idea if that's the one. I literally don't know. But anyway, but imagine you're, yellow, green from the leaves, or, in the sunlight, or green, brownish green. It's not so much that we can see the colors better, I think. I think it's more of that in the times where we need to distinguish between them, like, it maybe we're picking the color of paints, it's more sort of in our head, right? We've already sort of thought about it ahead of time. So it's just much more natural to us. We don't have to like struggle and think and yeah. What, Sunny? What, Chris, what is that, the what face emote? I don't know why I said what is that emote. I know what that emote is. But anyway, so I think colors are fascinating, but yeah, I never cared for the color names. I just felt like they're not important. Because I'm more just like, oh, let's just add more yellow to this. Let's desaturate it. Let's shift this towards green. Things like that. That's my language. Let's make the value darker. Terminology sucks. Just let me mix my pretty colors. Exactly. I mean, I like terminology. I just don't like color definition, like the specific names. I think those names suck. I like hue, value, saturation. Because those things are important to me. Yeah, I mean, I think terminology is good, but I think the specific color is a bit much, right? Because the specific color is one, it's almost like gosh, I remember a long time ago, I was having, I guess you could call it an argument on Reddit. I know this is very me. This was like a long time ago, but somebody essentially made the point, and I think it was probably an unpopular opinions, which is why people it's just a good spot to go and like, you're wrong and here's why, because people like to state things that are just silly, kind of. Sometimes they're not, but most of the time they are. But anyway, this particular one was basically like, we need more, if we had more words to describe things, people would be better communicators. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. Like, there's so many words I just don't know. We have a lot of complicated words that describe things in nuance. I just don't know what they are. And you don't know what they are because nobody uses them. Like, more words isn't going to help us. Like, we already suck at using what we have, right? Anyway, so that was my opinion, was like, no, we don't need more words. I mean, I think their point was that that there are some ideas in like different languages that we don't have concepts for. And I think that's a valid point, right? Obviously, if you don't think of a certain concept because we don't have words for it, you're not likely to ever view the world from that lens, right? Like if you never think about, if you've never heard the word context, for example, right? And you didn't know what context was. There's no notification on stream. Oh, weird. I don't know why it would be off. You're right. There isn't one. Am I live? That would be weird if I wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why that happened. I'm live. No. I don't know why the bot didn't alert y'all. There we go. Okay, I made my own alert. Thanks, Steph, for pointing that out, by the way. But yeah, I do. You can. Well, I don't think no, but Twitch didn't alert. The last message was January 19. Yeah. No alert on Discord. The bot just didn't do it. Anyway, going back to that topic though about like having ideas, I mean, this is a big thing in like psychology and various things. Like when somebody comes up with a concept and gives it a name, suddenly people can start thinking about that concept in a more easy way because you can mention the concept in one word instead of having to describe it every time. And so suddenly that idea can spread and it can become part of people's understanding of things, even if it's wrong, right? This happens all the time with wrong ideas, but it also happens with right ideas. And I think that's really important so in that regard, having words to describe concepts are really important. But yeah, the whole idea that people would be better expressing themselves if there was just more words in the language is just kind of silly because we don't use the crap that we already have. That bot woke up. It heard us talking about it. Did it really? Did it? No. Oh, it did. What the heck? Bot, what is wrong with you? You're like an hour late. That's weird. Or you can use that concept with other concepts to create entirely new ones. Exactly. You can build on them, right? Instead of, I mean, imagine every time you talked about something, you had to educate your audience on the topic, but instead you could build on it, and other people can build on it. And you can build on you just keep on going up and up and up, and yeah, no, it really is important. Like I think those kinds of things, passing down ideas in language and words are extremely important. But it's not about definitions, right? It's more about the concepts. Like, it's not about like a single, oh, we have a word for red or a new word. It's more like we have a concept in that people can understand when we use that word. So like, I don't know, there's an element to that I do think is important. I think Cynics had a good example on talking about greens, because green is a weird color because we have a huge range of the color spectrum, and everything from like a yellow-green to a blue-green, and we all just call it green. But he said we should start calling, and this is where it was a little weird, but like lime, he's like, oh, we should call this lime, because it's a yellow-green, and blue-green should be called mint. And then you could have, dark mint and light mint, and you could have dark lime and light lime, right? You could have like light lime and dark lime. So it's all the same color, but it's just darker and lighter versions of it, right? And you have darker mint and lighter mint. I don't know if that, I mean, I don't care which one we use, but those kinds of things I think are interesting because that would help us differentiate between warm and cool, because now you can have a cool mint and a warm mint, right? So now we're getting into the nuance of like, okay, well, here's the mint. Whoops. Like, here's our minty color. And we could push it a little bit warm, and that's warmer. And we could push it a little bit cooler. And, well, now we're getting a teal, but whatever. Like, whatever the difference. See, I can't even accurately pick the color, because to me, they just all blend in. And then in lime, you would be like, oh, you could get a little bit warmer lime, and that would be somewhere between yellow and lime, and you could go a little bit towards the green, and that would be between lime and, like, to me, these all just, like, we don't have a good way, like, to me, it's like, there's such a, the transition between one and the other is so subtle. It'd be like if we had another color between orange and yellow, right? And so we could nuance between this and this, right? Versus this. Like, right now, it's... Oops, that's not what I'm trying to do, right? So for me, it's like, this is yellow, this is orange, but this is what? A yellow-orange, right? So I don't think we need a name for it, but to me, yellow and orange are already far closer than, like, these two, right? Or these two. And yet, we call all of this green, which is weird. So there's just a huge spectrum of anyway, I don't think it's important that we have specific color names, though, because we don't really have times when we use them, but I just think it's an interesting idea. But I guess maybe the point that I'm, slowly getting towards is, um, I think thinking about these things a lot can make you better identifying them. So even if it's not relevant in a day-to-day life, like in painting, you could force yourself to do these little color studies and become more sensitive to it. Even if other people can't always tell, you're going to be more consistent with your colors or with your, various ideas and concepts if you're paying attention to those things. So over time, it might have a noticeable impact. I don't know. I had 2 semesters of color theory in college with 2 blind people. Completely blind or color blind? I mean, you can learn color theory. That's fine. I don't know why that would matter. I imagine blind people would want to take... Oh, colorblind. Okay, that makes sense. I don't feel like you need to see colors to know color theory. And there's a lot about colors that aren't have anything to do with colors, right? It has to do with the values and there's a lot of concepts. And saturation, for example, their results were fun. Oh, that's interesting. Trufo. Is it Trufo? I don't know how to say your name. How do you say the E-A-U? A-E-U. That's not an X. Never mind. I thought it was like the what do you call it? French way of pronouncing things. Trufeu. I'm gonna say Trufeu. I don't know what the AE is in Spanish. I didn't know that was Spanish. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry. It's just random name? Okay. Well, anyway, how are you? I'm gonna call you Truff. 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 Is it Truff? Truffe? I don't know. Truff. Also, our vowels are super limited. Or EU. Truffa. Oh, is it Truffa? Truffa. Treff. Treff is cute. EU from Eugenia. Eugenia? I'm so bad at saying things. Okay, time to let's move on to art. More art. New thumbnail. What do I want to paint today? Okay, let's come up with an idea. All right, so we have a castle, but this castle is on stilts. No, not stilts. Maybe not a castle. You picked the worst example, Jim. Meyer Creative, how are you? Okay, let's do... I like these colors, actually. Maybe we'll do like a nighttime scene with some bright yellows. No, that's not very bright. Gonna do lots of blurring, lots of color picking. Ooh, I have an idea. I've got an idea. That's like a big tree. I wasn't actually expecting to make a tree right here, but... Trying to put in some perspective a little bit. We have some glowing stuff. Maybe it's like a... I don't know. Could be something glowing down here though. But anyway, I'm not finished with this. So maybe these are trees, but maybe in this tree we have like a very, very blue... What's the value of this? Let me double check. Okay, this is about the same value. There we go. I just want to put some some bright colors back here. See what would happen. All cool. Going to sleep. Soon going to sleep. Nice. What time is it? Is it 9 for you? Do you live in Europe? Or if you're, let's see. If you're in like the UK, it's 8, right? Is that right? Is it 8 in the UK? Or is it 10? I never remember if they're an hour ahead or behind other people. I never know. I'm really bad with they're behind, so it's okay, so that would be 8 for UK and 8 for UK and 9 for EU. Hmm. Greenwich time. Okay. CET. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know CET. CET is a time that I'm probably most familiar with as far that isn't my own time. I feel like I'm basically I can do the conversions automatically. Not totally automatically, but pretty automatic. Greenwich, I know. I think I knew that, but I didn't actually. I always thought it was spelled Greenwich. I didn't know it was spelled the way that you wrote it. Like I genuinely did. I thought you misspelled it the first time, so I pronounced it the way that you spelled it because I didn't know that that was actually the spelling. I knew the name was Greenwich, but I didn't know how. I thought maybe you were saying a different thing, or maybe you misspelled it. I don't know. So I was just saying what I saw. But yeah. Okay, so down here we can put little cozy houses. Yep. Oh, I didn't know there was 2 E's. That's what I didn't know. I didn't realize there was 2 E's. That was my confusion. Whoa, the live CC, is that a new Twitch thing? Yes, but I don't think on my channel, I don't think that's a Twitch thing. I think I have subtitles activated. Or I should. So it might be a Twitch thing, but it's... So I think the embedded aspect is a Twitch thing. But the subtitles, that's the thing I've enabled. They should have always been there, but... I think I've enabled them today. Maybe I didn't enable them, and maybe it is a Twitch thing. Let me double check. Nope, I have them activated. I wish there was a feature to auto-translate. And maybe there is. Maybe I just don't know of it. I'm trying to make little homes up here. I don't know why they're glowing in green, but I kind of like it. So I got a new phone yesterday. Well, I didn't get it yesterday, but I ordered, and I technically didn't order it yesterday. Maybe the day before. I don't know. But I ordered a new phone because the plan, like my phone was really old, and when I switched my number, because I got a different like service thing for like a month, and when I switched my number over, or when when you sign up for this service and you opt in to switch your number over, they give you a big discount on like a phone because they think you're gonna stick with them for a long time, because most people probably do. But so I updated my phone. I got a newish, it's not really new. It's an older phone, but it's newer for me because my current phone is super old. So that's a thing. That way I can have service when I travel abroad in February. Yeah, I don't know why that was a question. February 6th. Speaking of which, I'm not going to be streaming February 6th through 16th. I'm not going to be streaming. Let's see, what is the 16th? is a Monday. Actually, I might be streaming on the 16th. I don't know. I'll probably stream on the 16th on that Monday, but I won't be streaming between the 6th, which is... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I'm... Okay, wait. The 16th is a Thursday. Never mind. I'll probably stream... I will not... Yeah, no, I should be able to stream that Thursday. So, basically, I'm going to miss a Monday, Thursday, Saturday, and Monday. So I'm going to miss 4 streams in a row. February 6th is Mewtwo's birthday, is what my brain thinks of when I... Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Okay. Let's see. Turquoise says, but because it is very applied theory, my teacher would say in gouache, paint these 20 color combinations and exclusively using the complementary color. Make these 20 pairs of red and blue half squares be their same gray when photoshopped in grayscale. Oh, that's good. They were testing your knowledge of saturation versus value. Oh, that's good. See, that would be really useful just as like a... Yeah, that would be really cool. I like that, Turk. That is a that would be a really good exercise to do just for anyone, especially if you did traditional paints. And I think that's actually the hard... It's funny, I know the theory, like that's funny. That's the application of theory, right? Whereas like I feel like I know the theory, but I don't know, like for example, when mixing paints, because every paint is made with different stuff, right? Because that's how you get different colors, different pigments. Some are more saturated than others, and so you can't use an equal part of every paint. Like different paints you need more of or less of. Some paints are more transparent and some are more opaque, even though they're the same color. Other times they have different properties. So there's all those things that it's very difficult for me. Also because I haven't practiced a lot at it, because I don't do that much traditional painting. But yeah, those are the things that I feel like are really tough. Painted squares for like 2 months. I think that's cool. I mean, I don't know about for 2 months. In some ways, I feel like it's not... You know what? I think what I don't like about the squares, now that I think about it and when I apply it to like what I know about painting, I think the issue that I would have with just painting squares, and I saw, again, going back to Reddit, I saw just yesterday somebody posted like swatches for naturalistic colors, like red, like brownish yellows and brownish greens. And I thought it looked cool. But my issue is, like, if you're actually painting those things, you're not just picking the color of that thing, right? Like, it's like, it's not like here's a skin tone color, let me just pick skin tone color and put it as the skin tone. It's like, no, you have to light it with a light. So either it's in shadow or it's not. The color of the light is important, right? Is it a warm light? Is it a cool light? Right? All these things, right? Are they standing next to a green surface that's bouncing green light onto their face? Like, all of this is going to affect the color. And so I think knowing how to get colors is important, right? I think if you say you want to, lighten this, or, you want to add some warmth to this color, or you want to add some red, and you want to maybe, make this red feel cooler because it's in shadow, being lit by a cool light. I feel like it's important to be able to mix those colors, but I think having the colors of things is weird, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think it matters if you know what color to paint skin tone. I think if you have an idea, if you start with a certain color, say an orange, and you say, this isn't right, I want to cool it down because this doesn't look right, and that you can make it more desaturated, right? You could also do that by adding some blue and mixing that in, and now you get this grayish color, or in this case it's almost exactly gray somehow. I don't know how that worked, but like knowing that you can cool down colors by mixing in their opposites, or by maybe by contrast, you're making these warmer and now it's cooler by comparison. Things like that I feel like are really important. But knowing like, I don't know, how to mix certain things. So there's some elements of it that I like, and some elements that I don't. Um, but yeah. But even then, beyond that orange tint, you can say that's a purple scarf. Yeah, for sure. Yet when you color pick it, it's hardly a purple. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I'm saying it doesn't matter what color it is. It matters relative to other colors. I mean, that's like, yeah, like the classic red strawberry, example where there's no red in the image, right? That's I've shown that on stream before. I've talked about it. A lot of people have talked about it. It's a good example of things looking like colors. Your brain sees one thing, and that's why I think the color isn't so much important as how you get to the color, right? By mixing things. And I think swatches to me is like I've pre-planned out my paintings and I know what colors I'm going to use. And I think that's okay. But I think a lot of times you don't know what colors you're going to use. Because you're adding, at least with digital, right? You're adding in the color. I mean, I guess with traditional you do need to know. I don't know. I guess I'm on the fence. I think it depends on what you're trying to do. But I guess sometimes I just see things like, here's my skin tones color palettes, and I'm like, okay, like that. I don't know. It doesn't seem that useful. I mean, I think it's good as a starting point, I guess, and maybe that's the idea. Anyway, I don't know. Are you usually very intentional about your palette, or do you kind of throw stuff down and see how it? So I'm reactionary to it. So like at the start, I might just throw things down, but then if I say, oh well, let me, So for example, if I've established this is a tree, and I established that by making it a tree shape. If I wanted, say, a light coming down here through the trees, right? Say a yellow light, then I would light it accordingly. I would, maybe I would drop this down into like an orangey color, and I wouldn't want it, maybe I would want a super bright orange or something because I'd want the light shining on the brown, right? Because this is assuming it's a brown tree. But so, or I might mix it, right? I might mix it in here. So I do a lot of stuff like that. It's like, oh, it's a warm color. It's gonna be brighter, and I can mix this light. I can, whatever color the light is almost irrelevant because I can mix it into here, right? As the light falls off around the tree, right? Maybe you have greens in here, right? And these greens are in shadow or something, and just by mixing, you get all these little nuanced colors. Anyway, oh gosh, that was all the wrong layer. Anyway, I don't actually want that there. But so a lot of it's just mixing. Mixing not with full opacity. I'm not picking the exact color I want typically. I do almost like glazing. So for example, if I wanted like a yellow, like some light coming through here, I might pick like a yellow, blend it in with some of this stuff, and then I'll just pick that new color. I don't need to pick the perfect color right at the start. It's more relative to the current colors, right? All it needs to be is warmer and brighter, right? Because if it's a light source, right? If I'm going to make something in shadow, for example, like in here, and I know the sky is blue, I can just pick any random old blue for the most part, and it could just be a darker color, and I could just paint it over. I could also do like overlays and other things to make it more saturated. But I could basically just pick any blue. And then from here, if I don't like it, I can always come back and maybe I want some bits of light in here that are going to be in yellow. So I can pick this yellow and I can bring it in here. Maybe I want a bit of variation, so I put some actual yellow. So stuff like this, again, doesn't matter if it's that exact color of yellow. No, not really, right? That's the least important part is what color it is. It's more of the brightness, the saturation. Can you, does it give you the right mood, kind of? So I don't know. Some of it's based on color, but no, I'm not very precise. And I'll do a lot of things like adding in color dodge and overlays and try different things. Like for example, this I don't really know what's going on. I feel like it doesn't have strong strong shadows or anything, but I kind of like these colors. So maybe I could just come in here and add in some shadows or something. And I didn't even know what color I was picking really, but I just thought I kind of liked the colors that were already there. Kind of these brownish red colors. The project I was thinking of with the color blind people in my class was a cube, black on the bottom, white on the bottom, and we would have to choose 4 colors on this side. Find and cut out 2" by 2" from magazines. They would check if the magazine newspaper that magazines was the best for glossiness, and we basically made a gradient with these squares, and we look at magazines for weeks long. That 2A squared 2 huh? Because they were gradient on it being full. Interesting. We were forbid from saying color names first semester, and they make us say it in CMYK or RGB. Or God forbid me, since it's doing digital hex. I mean, I think that's... I think avoiding color names is okay. Because I think people thinking of things as like, you know, this, like, what color is this, right? If it's a shadow on a red barn, right, and you were up close to it, you would be like, oh, that's red, right? But you're never going to be like, oh, that's actually a really dark gray orange, right? But that looks like red. And I'm not claiming this looks like red. But my point is that I think when you're up close, I mean, this is the same thing I mention all the time. If you're walking down the street, and if you're ever in like an overcasty, like total cloud covered sky, let's see, overcast, not overcast, but like on a street that is entirely covered by shadow, like early in the morning. So let's see, street images. So so an image like this, if you're ever, make sure it has nothing inappropriate in it. Okay. If you're ever on a street like this, where you might actually be entirely in shadow, oftentimes your eyes, so I'm not saying this image specifically is, because I don't know. It could, but it's probably is just a pretty grayish sky. But oftentimes when you have a lot of like this cloud cover, or not even cloud cover, maybe just everything is in shadow for whatever reason. You know, maybe there's sun back here, but like this part of the street. But like you can't really see the sun. So sometimes your brain is like, oh, well, this is just gray, right? Because everything is gray. Your eyes sort of balance everything out. But what you don't remember is that also light is scattering massively. Yeah. I mean, this isn't a great example, but probably when you're in an image like this, it's being lit by a lot of blue-gray light, you know, a mixture of white light and bluish light from the sky. Right? Again, I'm not saying this is going to be a blue, right? That's not what I'm saying. But oftentimes you're kind of viewing it under like a filter of blue light, because that's what the scene's being lit by. Now, obviously, in this case, right, you could have lots of balancing effects with cameras, but and if you're really up close, it can be very, very apparent, like in this image, right? In this image, it's extremely obvious, right? If you were to ask someone what color is this, because they have a context of this to compare it to, right? So that it's very easy for them to say, oh, well, this is bluer than that, and this is yellower than this. But if you're only in the shadow, your eyes kind of balance it out for you, and it can be really hard to tell, oh, this is quite cool, right? It's not just a pure blue, it's a grayish, but this is quite a, you know, this has some bluish to it, and this has some yellow to it, or orange. But if you're only in the sun, right, this is all you see, it's very hard to remind yourself that every single thing you're seeing has this, you know, yellow-orange filter on it, right? Because your brain isn't taking into account. But technically, everything that's being lit here has that yellowish, orangish, warm filter on it. Because, except for these dark shadows back here. But if there aren't any, right, that's my point. If you're in like an overcast scene where there is no light source, or you can't see the direct light, right, because there's only ambient light, it's very hard to detect the colors that your brain's seeing, right? Because it's just kind of it's all under a filter. The same here, right? This is the filter of warmth. And in here it's the filter of in shadow, right? But like you look at this and you're not like, oh yeah, this is blue. No, this looks like a sidewalk, right? Like this to me is like if you were just walking down the street, you would probably detect this difference, right? You'd see these darks and lights. You'd see that little patch and you'd see this patch and be like, "Oh yeah, these are different," right? But your brain isn't telling you that this whole thing is blue, right? Like it's all shades of blue. Your brain would be saying, "Oh, here's the warm parts," right? And your brain would associate this little bits with reds. And you'd say, "Oh, well, this is definitely cooler than this. So this is going to be a bluish." But no, they're all blue because that's what you're seeing it under. And I think that's really, really hard to see. It's like if you see a little yellow spot on the road, your brain's going to be like, that looks yellow. Well, it is yellow compared to this spot, right? That might be in blue, right? Maybe your brain sees this as bluish, but this spot looks very yellow. But what you're forgetting is the whole thing is under a blue filter, right? That to me is the hard part, because when you're so in it and you're not seeing this right next door, it's very, very hard to remember that, oh yeah, actually the whole thing is yellow compared to this. And all of this is blue. I mean, it's obviously different. They're very different shades of blue. But they're all blue. I mean, even these reds are purple, right? They're literally blue and red. Like, they're mixed in. And there is some blues down here. So even the actual red bricks are looking pretty blue. And then, of course, back here, there. Anyway, when you get passionate. Yeah, no, I think color is fascinating. And I think it's, there's a lot of cool, like, psychology and how your brain just sees different things and you can forget what you're seeing. And then it can even be hard to photograph because oftentimes your camera will filter things. So, yeah. But when it's dusty, that blue is taken away, so you get an orange tint. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a big thing. When you have a lot of like dust in the air, the blue light all the light bounces around and it shows up reddish. Anyway, what was I doing? Ranting. That's what I was doing. Forbidding us from saying the names really stops us from thinking exclusively in hues. Yeah, I mean, I do think in hues, but I think I consider, for example, this an orange, and I know some people would say, oh, that's brown, and I consider that an orange, right? I consider this a green, and I consider this green, and I consider this green, right? These are all the same to me. Like, I don't look at them and be like, oh, that's all the same, but my brain is like, yeah, those are greens, right? And yeah, these are oranges. So I do think in hues in that way, but I think if you were just entering, I would imagine if you were just entering, say, an art school, a lot of people would be trying to come up with the names for these colors. And they would say, oh, well, this is lavender, and this is pink, and this is mauve, or whatever the heck these colors are. And to me, I'm like, no, these are all pink, right? I don't care that this is almost gray. It's a pink, right? This is a blue, right? And sure, I'm not saying, oh, blue sky, it needs to be this. I could paint a blue sky with red, right? Well, not really. It wouldn't look very blue. But, like, you can use any color, right? Like, it doesn't have to be, like, the saturated version. So, yeah. Do you have any tips for painting underwater? Because I want to paint underwater, but I was never good at it. Um, I don't know if I have good tips for underwater because I think I have habits. Is what I have, and I don't know if my habits are good. Um, but typically, I think there's a few key things. One is atmospheric perspective, and atmospheric perspective, because things take on the color of the atmosphere, and underwater that is essentially black, or not black, but very, very dark blue, right? Because the further you go down, the less light there is, so it literally becomes that dark blue. Um, so you have atmospheric perspective. It's almost like you have this ambient light source from above, a directional ambient light source, but everything still gets darker the further away it gets, unless it's near the surface. So you kind of have like two separate things happening, right? You have both this warmer light coming from the top, or whatever you want to call it, and then you have like this cool light or darker version down below. But then you also have, as you go further back, it gets darker too, so you have like this, like it gets I'm not sure what I'm doing here. So you have this weird effect where both down further and further back. So it really depends, and it just, you can shift to different colors, and sometimes it's a bit more greenish up top. So it's kind of this, it's still the same stuff. Teacher Shunnum. Like, so it's still the same stuff. So like, if you wanted to paint something in the foreground, right, you could still be like, oh, well, here's a, I mean, I don't know, that's how I would do it. This is not the greatest thing. And I might play with different colors, make it a bit murkier and foggier, lots of atmospheric perspective. That's the big thing, is a lot of atmosphere. Water, you can't see very far underwater. This is probably not the greatest. But then, like, for example, if I'm gonna get something down here, it'll just almost turn to black, right? Because you don't have much light. You typically have a very, very little light in spots, and you don't really have these strong cast shadows deep underwater. But again, all water is different, because sometimes you have really shallow water. But yeah, lots of big, deep, dark colors. I don't know. That's the way I paint water. Abyssal or shallow, yeah. Yeah, it really depends. There's a lot of different types of water. Are you shallow water? Are you... But in general, though, you get a lot of fall off, and light scatters around, so you end up getting much softer light. You don't get as much hard shadows underwater, and any direct light you do get is typically this sort of caustic waves effect. Otherwise, it's just an ambient light coming from above. And the same is true in even shallow water. You're still going to get these big caustics, right? You're going to see these less in super deep water because the light doesn't make it that far down. But anything lit under the water is still typically going to have a lot more ambient and softness to it than you do above water. You don't typically get like these super crisp shadows because you just have a lot more light bouncing around. So yeah, just a lot more light scattering, a lot more light fall off. And then knowing the properties of it can help you decide how to do certain stuff. So again, I'm not great at painting underwater. Unlike a lot of things, a lot of my underwater painting is more habitual in the sense that I kind of know these like patterns and dark, tricks kind of, and I don't really have a process or a method that is really solid every time. It's more of I have to reason my way through it. And to shortcut some of that, I I just have these like, oh yeah, just stick to the simple gradients and yeah, stuff like that. Also, it's hard if you look at real photos of underwater, you oftentimes can't see very far. So if you want to paint really compelling underwater images, either make it really shallow and put a lot of light, or introduce artificial light. Yeah, I think it's hard to make stuff look cool underwater, honestly. I have a hard time with it. They always kind of just have the same color palettes. Again, you don't have to have the same color palette, but it's I find it very difficult. There was an image that I saw a while back on ArtStation. This was like a year ago, probably. It had some really cool things. They really played with some fun saturation. I'm all on one layer right now. How about that? Um, but yeah, they played with a lot of really fun saturation. They got some pinks in here, and then they got some brightness and stuff. So I think there are some fun ways. Um, oh, that looked like a fish for a second. I wasn't trying to make a fish. I don't actually want to make a fish. I was trying to just make some sort of structure or something. A fishy shaped structure. Doesn't look very structural right now, but that's okay. Just making random shapes. Cause I want to make a structure, and it's hard to make structures underwater. So I'm just playing around with some shapes, kind of scribbling in things, trying different stuff. That's what I want to. Because I do want to. Now that I'm painting underwater stuff, from I guess recommendation of you. Oh, maybe I could also warm it up. Maybe I guess changing the temperature a bit. I feel like a lot of underwater stuff is sort of a game of subtleties, and I'm not a super subtle painter, but I think having subtleties is a good way to go about it. So, for example, you could shift the hue, you could shift the temperature a little bit, or shift the color a bit of a hue shift. Okay, let's try something. This is supposed to be a shell. Do you want to see what I'm working on? Yeah, you can drop a link right in chat. I'll take a look. I like looking at what people are working on. Maybe this could be... You can change the silhouette a bit. I can make it more interesting. Maybe there's like dwellings under here. So these are like little homes. I don't know. This doesn't really... I don't feel like this comes across very well. Maybe we can plan out some of the shapes better. You like the shapes of the... Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm still on the fence about it, but it's something. I wonder if I can't do something like take an overlay and take like a bright pink or something and really crank up some of the saturation in parts. Sort of this super glowy structure. That way we really know that this is something that is, you know, there's no doubt in our mind where the edges are. Kind of like that. And then, of course, we can have things like this. And I don't like these little pokies too much. I don't know. I think some of these shapes need to change, but that's okay. Maybe there's corals on here. They can be some of the bright reds. Okay, let's take a look. I'll grab a quick snip. Oh, I like it. I like the colors. Very nice. Yeah, really cool colors. I like you got the warms, the cools. Yeah, your skies are rocking it for sure. Okay, let me try something. Let me go to, whoops, sorry for the loud noise there. Let me go to glow dodge. Grab an orange. Oh, gosh, I know better than to do orange with blue. Orange glow dodge with this stuff does not look good. But I think we can maybe get some caustics or something up here. Pick some bright colors. I don't know, something like that. I use some color dodge in there. Yeah, it's so I like using color dodge early on, and I think your painting is still loose enough that I think it works out well. I would be a little careful of using too much color dodge later, but like once you've established some colors that you like, maybe this has some repetitive shapes back here. But yeah, I think it's I don't know. I don't have anything against color dodge. In fact, I love color dodge. But I do think you have to be careful a little bit. But like, for example, like in this painting, I think it's fine to use it early on, but because once you get your colors established, then you're kind of set. And color dodge can help you figure out some of the colors of things you want to use. I don't know if this even looks like it's underwater anymore. Oko. Whoa, I almost dropped my stylus. Uh-oh. How are you? Puts a chicken on monkey's house. Wahaha. Okay, let's try one more thing with going in overlay and grabbing like a blue. And I'm just curious what's happen if I make it even more blue. Or like a darker in the foreground. I don't think I want to do that, but sometimes it's fun just to experiment. Like what happens if I take a purple? I don't know. I don't think I want to do that. But it is fun to sort of just try different things out. See what happens. Is that an abandoned alien ship? No, it was supposed to just be some sort of underwater thing. It could be I guess it could be an abandoned alien ship. But no, I was just thinking some seashell, or actually it kind of looks like a structure, like an old house, or not, like old architecture. Which it wasn't gonna be, but now that I'm thinking about it, kind of looks like that. Yeah, I mean, this is where different preferences, right? And anytime we bring up these kinds of things, like, oh, it looks like this is where style comes into play. Like, not style, but like one of the things that makes up, what people call style is your preferences, right? If you prefer painting certain things, you have when you're just making stuff up, you're more likely to paint certain things because that's the things you want to paint. Your choices and your decisions, like those are part of it, whether it's decisions in brushstrokes or decisions in subject matter, all of that plays some sort of role. And yeah, I like painting this kind of thing, and if you were painting this, it would turn out a little differently. Um, yeah. I don't really like bringing up style though because I think it's sort of a pointless topic. But I know it's a topic that's on a lot of people's minds, especially if they're new. So I think it's a good one to bring up, kind of, but also it's not really worth talking about. Anyway, does that look right? I don't know. It's okay. Style will come with time. Yeah, I mean, style is a combination of everything, and everything will always be changing and improving. Yeah. But I think a lot of people think of style as purely like a graphical like flair, right? And I think that's one very tiny part of it. And I think people who think of it that way aren't taking into account all the other factors, and that's where you're always going to be changing and improving, like, or maybe not improving, I guess you could degress in your art skills, but you're always going to be changing. Your tastes are going to change, your skills are going to improve, right? Your tools are going to change, your process is going to change. Like, style is a thing that you just become, it's just a part of the way you paint. I mean, it's obviously you can work on it and you can shift and you can push yourself in some directions, right? But it's ultimately you're still kind of bound a little bit by your skills and understanding and knowledge and tools, and like there's yeah. Let's use this Illustrator brush. Trying to make very loose shapes. And maybe we bring in some shadows. We'll copy some Monkey Man style with with their nice shadows of their warm and cool. Joey Joe, hey Gaming Geek, how are you? Hope you're doing well. How am I? I'm doing well. My day is going well. Oh, I have some tea I haven't been drinking. Thanks, Monkey Man, for the hydrate earlier. But I don't have a style that changes a lot the more I learn. Yeah, you do. Absolutely. No, you absolutely have a style that changes, even if you can't see it. When I look at your work, I can see similarities, right? And that those similarities are the style. Like if I were to put someone else's work next to yours, I'd be able to be like, yeah, that's their work and that's your work. Now, you might be at the point where your style is a lot of um and I don't take this the wrong way, and I think everyone will have an aspect of this, but a lot of times style is the things that you're not doing, right? It could be a lack of understanding of things, right? If someone who has an impeccable understanding of anatomy draws a figure, and then I come along and try to draw the figure, you're gonna know that mine is the one that sucks, right? Like it's gonna be the one that doesn't show that level of understanding. If I draw 20 figures, none of them will show that level of understanding. And so you'll be able to see it immediately of all the things that I don't know, that they'll be consistent, right? Because my knowledge isn't just going to suddenly, I'm going to gain knowledge and apply it perfectly in the next one. It's kind of like with chess, right? Chess is a good example. In one game, you might play one opening, and in the next game, you play another opening, but you're still consistently missing certain types of tactics, right? You're still consistently making mistakes and the same types of mistakes. You're not, you might occasionally get lucky and spot a really high level tactic, but on the whole, right, when you look at all those games of chess games and compare them against computer analysis, like you're pretty dang consistent. Like you can tell, oh, this is an amateur player, right? Compared to somebody who is, a grandmaster chess player. Like their games are just consistently higher level. And I think that to me is part of it. Like you can identify the beginner versus the expert because of the quality of their moves. It doesn't mean that every move is bad. It's just they have a totally different understanding of the game, right? And same thing with art. Someone like as you improve, there are big differences between people who have been painting for a super long time and people who haven't. And that's not to say that your art is bad or their art is great. It's just that there are things that stand out, right? And even if you can't see them, I promise you, when you look at your whole body of work and put a piece of art that isn't yours in there, you'll be able to tell which one isn't yours, right? To me, that's a pretty good indication that you do have a style. But again, it doesn't matter. Again, style changes. That's just like, what is it? Who gives a crap about style? Why am I even on this topic? I just don't like when people say I don't have one. And yeah, obviously, the better you get, also you can switch around looks more. I mean, style is totally irrelevant. Let's put it that way. For like almost everything. When are we voting? Soon. We will vote in 15 minutes. This is a very Zillustrator inspired painting. Kinda. Not really. But I mean, I use this brushes, so it's basically the same. What if I do... Okay, so hold on. We have these big hills. What if we do down here... Oh, I have an idea. Like using one brush and one layer, it's a lot more fun and less for... Oh, you like using one brush. Yeah, no, I agree. I like it too. But I will say, I want to... I don't know. Well, it's not a high priority. But it's not a big priority to paint in a lot of layers. I can paint in layers, but in this early stage, I kind of prefer to... just have fun with it. One layer is all I need. Joe, remember when we did the painting thing when I asked you if you could critique and then I remembered that we were on a time limit? No. I don't remember, actually. And I'm sorry to hear you're not doing well, Gaming Geek. Well, I wanted to ask if you could perhaps critique your artwork. Yeah, sure. If you drop a link, and yeah, and then make sure you're here and you can hear me, so I can ask you questions, because I want to get in the habit of, whenever I critique artwork, that I ask a lot of questions before I say any like judgments, because sometimes there's just things that you don't know, and it's good to figure them out. We're gonna try something. Hey, how are you, French tardigrade? Maybe we'll put some shapes back here. Doesn't need to be anything in particular. I just want to try doing these very bright buildings. I think it could be fun. I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing well. Today has been a really nice day so far. Just doing some quick idea sketches, trying to figure out what I want to paint. We can also get some dark shadows back here. Ooh, this is not a bad idea. I don't normally like complimenting my own ideas. I feel weird. But I do think having some darker shadows shapes back here is a really good idea. Maybe that one is not taller, though. All right, let me take a look. And I'm not sure what's happening in this painting, to be honest, but it is kind of fun. Like, I don't know what this is. This is a wave? This looks extremely scary. Okay, let's take a look, Gaming Geek. All right, so I'm really bad at critiquing faces, so I'm gonna ignore the anatomy. But yeah, tell me about it. Is this a portrait? Is it based on a reference? Is it, you know, sorry, obviously the portrait. Is it self-portrait? Is it based on a reference? Is it from imagination? Is it a specific character? What is it for? Is it, for a commission? Give me the details. Give me the deets, as some people say, which I've literally never said that in my life. Um, but yeah, tell me about it. What was the goal? I want to hear your thoughts before I give any of my ideas, because some of that might change. What you have to say could change it. Anyway, but yeah, French tardigrade, I am doing well. We are going to vote here in just a moment, though, on which painting I should work on till the end of stream. Ooh, what if I did this? This is going to be a desert. And we're going to take, like, a blue. The heck? Okay, it's from imagination and not a specific character. I made this for myself. I haven't painted for a while. I guess the goal was taking less time, because I spent 8 hours on rendering here in the last portrait, and I wasn't happy because you can't even see all the detail. Okay. I mean, I like it. I think the face. I mean, I'm really bad at critiquing characters, because I never know what to say. But let's ignore the anatomy, because I don't. I don't know how realistic, how not realistic. You know, maybe there's some issues with like ears, I don't know, or eye sizes. I don't have no idea. It all depends on what you want to do with that. Um, I like the colors. I think yeah, the use of colors is really cool. I think probably the one thing that stands out to me the most is, and I know this is gonna bug you probably, is the hair. I feel like some of the forms are a little bit undefined. Not to say you need more detail, but more like thinking of forms in three-dimensional shapes, right? Like where's the lighting? Where's the shadows? Does this you know those exercises, and I'm really bad at it. Hold on. Um I'm really bad at it, so bear with me when I butcher this little demonstration. No, not looks flat, not looks flat. Um so to me what I'm seeing is kind of like blobs in a way, like here's a hair strand, and then you put some lighting on it, you know, in various places, right? But I feel like there's an element, you know, but instead sometimes there's forms that how do I do this? For example, you might have a form that goes like this, and then like this. It kind of like when you're painting like ribbons. You know when you paint ribbons and like this is the shadow side and this is the top side, and well, maybe this side comes up like this, right? And then you can see the underside of it again, right down here. It's kind of this sort of consistency of the strand. I mean, I'm not saying you need to make all your hair look like ribbons, but when you're grouping these masses and you have like hair strands, I feel like you can make them like sometimes they're a little bit confusing, like where is the top, where is the bottom, and I think the masses of hair, you know, if you have like a hair strand here or something, right? Sometimes there's going to be parts, you know, that flip up, and there's going to be an underside to it, right? Like maybe you have a bit of hair that goes like that, and then this part of the hair flips up, and then this is the bottom side again. And again, you don't need to this like crazy anime hair or anything. But the point is, I think some of the strands are a little... They feel more just like these blobs that sort of fall down. If that makes sense? And same, and I guess there's also an element of perspective to it. So like when you have a head, right? Like for example, you have some shapes that go like this on one side, right? Your hair is kind of shaped like this. But to me, this stuff should be in the back, right? Like there's an element of if this is from the front, so like if these silhouettes are made by the front hair, right? Like coming in front, then I feel like we should see that front surface. If they're made by the back, we should see the overlap from the hairs in the back, right? So we should see the hair in the front overlapping the hair in the back, and then the hair in the back should be the stuff sticking out. So there's just a little bit of definition of form that I feel like... Yeah, so I don't think it looks flat. I think just some of the forms are not wrapping around the head in maybe the way you would want them to. I like it though. I think the colors are great. I absolutely love the colors and the blues and the reds. I don't know. I think that's my main thing, and I don't really have a good demonstration or explanation of how to do what I'm saying. It's more of probably looking at like forms and masses of hair. There's tons of tutorials online. I am not the person to give good advice for that, but I kind of I think I can understand the problem enough to point at some of it. Not going to touch on anatomy or anything. I think there's probably, you know, you can always make things... I mean, I guess the one thing, and it's not an anatomy thing, but it's more of just a reference thing in general. I think sometimes defining your forms... I mean, again, even things like on the shirt, I'm not saying you needed to render the shirt because you probably specifically didn't want to. But even things just like the paint, the brush patterns, like your brush strokes, the direction of them, could help to make things look more three-dimensional. And I think the hair is probably the biggest one, obviously, but just stuff like that. And I guess maybe some of it's shape design too that plays into it. Going back to my ribbon example, the difference between a ribbon that looks very, very consistent versus something that's more loose is oftentimes shape design, right? Coming in here and making shapes a little bit more intentional can help determine where the curves are. And I think that's even on something like that is, again, it's weird to focus on parts that clearly weren't the focus of the image. But even on like the collar, right, you have the shape that goes like this. I feel like even here is an opportunity to really, design the shape in a way that you want. Because the right one actually looks good. I think you have that little kink in there that you have like this shape. And I think that looks good. But I think this one is just it just feels like you just sort of drew a line and stuck with it. And I think there's an element, and same for like the ears, right? Really focusing on the shapes of them. But yeah, I don't know, and same for the hair, right? That's kind of what I was getting at, is I think it's the shape. Shapes and forms. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You don't have to. You could always just, I think it looks great. I think you could, especially if you're happy with it, and you should be happy with it, you could just be happy with it and move on to the next one, and maybe you start with the things I said or something, and you focus on those for a bit. Or I don't think you have to make the painting you were currently working on the best thing you've ever made. Like, I think it looks great, and you did a great job. What am I doing? Oh, this one. I don't know. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you should always just go and edit. If you see something, you should go and change it. I sometimes just like to move on to the next painting, and I'll focus on them there, especially if you're going to do a similar subject matter. Anyway, let's vote. Voting. So if you're new to stream, we vote on thumbnails every day. But yeah, critiques are, man, I feel like, and that wasn't much of a critique because I didn't actually bring it up on stream or anything, but I do think the forms and volumes, which honestly, you seem to be amazing at color and like shifting tone, shifting colors and values. You seem to be really good at that. I feel like the forms and perspective and that kind of thing, like drawing three-dimensional objects or three-dimensional objects in a two-dimensional space, and really like wrapping these forms around and showing the volumes of them, showing the contours of stuff. I feel like that is probably the fundamental skill that I'm pointing at, I guess. Does that make sense? Which is, I feel like that's a constant work in progress. I don't think that's ever a thing that like, I'm there, I've arrived, I've perfected it. Like, no, there's always room to work on those things, and I don't know. I feel like I always am struggling at that too, especially if I paint quick, right? Like in this kind of thing, like this is the same sort of thing. These forms are undefined. I may not be looking underneath these, right? This might be the underside of a building, but I haven't shown it. It just feels like it's the top side of it or something. And I don't always have the right forms showing, and I haven't thought it all out. So sometimes those kinds of things just crop up, maybe because you went quick, or whatever reason. It could be all number of reasons. It could just be because you didn't think about it. Who knows? Anyway, let's vote. I am going to create a straw poll. And again, if you're new here, we vote on thumbnails, and then I take the one that wins the vote and work on it till the end of stream. I'm just going to put vote. And you can do 9, 7, 8, 9. Allow selection of multiple options. Yes. Create poll. Excellent. And there we go. Also, Joe, I don't think you saw my recent message. I don't think so. I'm really happy how this one I did turned out today. Oh, that's good. It feels good to make something you're proud of. Agreed. I don't really go back to painting. I consider finished, so I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. Learn something from every painting, and maybe even leave every painting with something to learn from. I mean, yeah, I think that's a good habit. I mean, it's also a good skill to practice working on other paintings. But, you know, I think there's time and places for both of those. I spilled water on my keyboard and I couldn't leave because you were specifically addressing me. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry, Gaming Geek. Well, that's a reason you could just say, "Oh crap, gotta run." Oh, I guess you couldn't type because you spilled water on it. Oh no, Gaming Geek. That's okay though. But I hope your keyboard survived, and I hope I'm not the fault of your dead keyboard. I mean, technically, I didn't spill the water, so I take no responsibility. But yeah, so straw poll is up. I believe it's working. Let me test it by voting. I'm gonna vote for number 7. So if you don't like number 7, get in here and vote. This is my new method of trying to get people to vote. Say that I'm gonna vote for the worst thumbnail, and then people will be like, "Oh God, I can't let that one win." Next level mind games. Actually, I'm voting for 7, not because I like it, but because I. I don't know. I just want to try. I like trying different things. I feel like stream is my playground to see how I can do different things. But I might get an Apple Pencil still thinking about it. What it what do Apple Pencils work with non-Apple products, or like do they work with like a Cintiq or I don't know how that works. I'm voting 234. 2-3. Oh, that's good. I approve of your vote. Hello, I can't hear but wanted to say hello, and these are so pretty. Aw, thank you. Six and 9 are sweet. 6. Yeah, so 6 is the one we returned from a previous stream, and 9 is a new one. Apple Pencils work with Apple products, but I already have an iPad I'm allowed to use from my mother. Oh, nice. Okay. And I have Procreate on it already. Oh, okay. That's cool. So wait, what's the difference between an Apple Pencil and just like a regular stylus? Does it have like rotation, and is that or tilt or all those things? What are the main features of this? Also, we are still currently voting if you'd like to participate. There is that. I'm typing to Basilisk because they can't hear me. I just recently bought a Surface Pro to step up your current screen tablet. Oh, very nice, Decoy Jamin. I like it. So I am, if you're listening, any what do you call it? Manufacturers, developers, people who have products that they could send me. I am in a position where I feel like if I knew a lot about tech, I would be in a good position to ask and I could communicate it because I have, there's people who talk about this stuff all the time, but I don't know anything about different tech. They're all like, haven't used much. I've just used what I know and that's all I know and that's all I've used. So I can't even have a conversation about the Surface Pro or Apple Pen. Like, I don't know any of this stuff. It's all the same. So yeah, sponsor me. Um, Don't worry about responding too much. Just wanted to say hello. Well, hello. I am working on an H2O drag. Ooh, nice. Oh yeah, I saw it. And yeah, I saw the dragon or the start of it, and it looked really good, Basilisk. Okay, we are still currently voting. I got a Surface specifically because it has Windows OS, and I would still be able to use CSP on the perpetual license. Oh, nice. Wait, can you not do that on Apple? Because I think you can use CSP on Apple, right? I don't actually know. But yeah, I am so clueless with tech, and I want to get better at it because I feel like I could see a future for myself in which I do a lot of live painting. I do, there's, reviews. I talk about tech. I mean, I don't really want to too much because I don't think tech is super duper important for quality of painting. I think skill and understanding and you know what your interests are far more important to what you make than the tools you're using. But I still think it would be cool to have some knowledge and have tried different products so that I could be like, yeah, if it, here's what maybe here's a reason you might consider one over the other. But I don't even have that, right? It's literally all hearsay. Everything I know is from what people have told me. And, like I've heard, for example, Huion pens, if you drop them, they break really easy. I don't know if that's true. Um, and I wouldn't want to spread that information if it's not true. Not that I would ever want to drop my pens to try to find out, but that kind of thing is like, yeah. You've done whole entire pieces on your phone. Oh gosh, that sounds horrible. I think if you did it, it would have to be monthly model. But a lot of Apple users use Procreate. Okay, interesting. My current screen tablet is cheap as heck. Yeah, I mean that's the way to go. A cheap screen tablet. I thought you meant this pen tablet. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, screen tablets are cool. I don't think you need one though. I mean, if you're like on a budget and just trying to get into painting, I think regular pen tablets are perfectly fine. You can get some really cheap ones. Anyway, I think we're probably done with voting. What one has won? Number 4 has won. All right. Number 4. We don't have many people vote today. So, I'm blaming you guys. Chat, this is you. We're working on number 4 because yeah. Do I really want to work on whatever? We voted for it. I'll give it a few more minutes while I save this. I'm going to copy that. Oh, I did not mean to bring that screen up. Let me bring that back up. I will put this into thumbnail archive. You love democracy? Yeah. 4 is great. What do you mean? It's not bad. I just didn't expect it to do very well. Yeah, no, I don't mind 4. 4 is fine. Nothing wrong with 4. But we just didn't have many votes, so I just want to give it a chance for maybe another one to come back from the lead or come back from behind. Sorry about my mouse clicking right now. I am trying to save a file. Irony. What's irony? I like the swoopy shape. Yeah, the swoopy shape's my main concern is because I don't know what I'm doing with it. You know what? If I do this, though, maybe we'll do a longer stream today. And if I go with this one, maybe I'll embrace my inner Illustrator and just make these big abstract waves of clouds that are like cloudy masses and just play with it and have fun. I don't mind that, but it's not really my preference, I guess. Saw the colors on the main page and decided to hop in. Looks great. Aw, thank you, Mr. Skellen. So we are just finishing up, not the stream, but we are finishing up the voting phase for what one we want to work on until the end of stream. So I'm going to pick one of these and paint one of them. And I think we're gonna end up picking number 4 because that seems to be what people want me to work on. They chose wrong, but that's okay. I will still work on it. No, I just, yeah, I don't know. Number 4 to me, there's something about these zoomed in like epic scale environments that haven't been as exciting to me lately. I've been enjoying a little bit closer up, larger scale things like number 3 or number 9. Those to me feel a little bit more exciting because there's more areas to. It's not like this telephoto lens, if that makes sense. 4 or 9, okay. 4 reminds me of floating dreamy sky castle. It does, and it's not really floating though. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. I will make it all clouds, no ground. You know what? Okay, we're gonna go with number 4. Let me double check that the results are in. Okay, number 4 has crushed it anyway. Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you, Noctur Draconis. Yeah, you just gave me an idea. I was thinking more water or maybe some clouds, but in the distance that are coming into the foreground. But I was thinking these things are still on the ground. So yeah, we can totally make this sky castle. Why not? All right. This is gonna be dusting off our old cloud painting brain. We're gonna figure out how to paint clouds. Thank you for blessing me with chill painting stream. Nah. Okay. I'm just gonna Google above the clouds. And finding some images of some poofy clouds just to get the what do you call it? So I'm just Googling a lot of stuff like this, just to get some shapes, some shadow shapes, and various things. Obviously, I'm gonna adapt it to what I'm working on. Right, we have some more stuff like this, right, with these big shapes in here. And I think some of these have some cool ideas. Plus, we get some of this stuff. So, anyway. All right, I think I'm ready. I have some references. In the interest of sharing art, oh yes, Google Drive. It's doing its thing. Oh, this is cool. Oh, I like it. Those colors are wild. I love it. That is really cool. Yeah, that's neat. I love this. This is extremely cool. What's the character? Does it have the swooshy shape is like a cloud, well, through which we can peek at a hidden city? Yeah, there was a bit of that. Okay, I gotta figure out how I want to approach this. The swoopy shape is an Eastern dragon? A dragon? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it looks like a wave coming down and gonna destroy this thing. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is duplicate all of this and save it so I don't completely ruin it. Took me ages to figure out how to do the fire. It looks really cool. A cloud dragon? Maybe a cloud dragon. So let's here, let me make my reference thing larger. I feel like there's totally some idea. I'm just a fair warning. I'm probably, I say probably because I don't actually know. I'm probably gonna what am I trying to say? I've lost my train of thought. I will probably end up changing some of the colors. And hey, YOLO swag, it's been a while. Maybe is the cloud building or some sort of cave? Yeah, so I think these are some buildings. But what I think I'm going to do is I'll probably... Let's try this. Again, this is digital. I've already saved it. Let's put in some clouds, some shadows, maybe some of this bluish color. Like a wave of clouds. Maybe this is all... And I'm just trying to paint in stuff. Not really, no care in the world right now. Just trying to... Maybe this is the underside of these clouds. These are also clouds. Maybe there's clouds on the bottom. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to go about painting these clouds. I don't know if I want it. I kind of wanted a bright painting. But I don't know about what I'm going to do up here. Maybe this is a bluish. Again, I'm going to kind of change it, but I'm going to keep the theme. So one of the things I like to do with these little thumbnail sketches that I did. Let's see. Did I open it? Uh-oh. Yeah, this. So let me close these. Don't save. Don't save. So one of the things that I did with these is they oftentimes just serve as an idea. So I may not use the exact composition, but I'm going to take the idea that now that we've come up with something, which is city, clouds, sky, right? And swooshy shapes. And maybe I'm going to embrace the swooshy shapes, but I'm going to change the colors a bit, or I'll keep the colors. And so oftentimes I just use it as like a starting point. And so I'm kind of starting over in a sense, and trying to keep the idea. Maybe I want to make these buildings larger and more foreground. Maybe there's even one in the, I don't know. This has some sick lighting potential, especially if the castle is illuminating. Yeah, I agree. There is some cool lighting potential. Keeping the big shadows under the clouds. And that's also something I do take into account when I paint stuff. Is like, oh, well, this, we have, like, for example, yeah, if you have a big wave, right, that is a perfect opportunity to cast a light on the top and put part of it under shadow. And yeah, trying to decide if I should work on animation or zine pieces right now or play video games. Whatever you feel like. I mean, yeah, I can't answer that. I started playing Teamfight Tactics again yesterday. I hadn't played it with the new stuff, and oh gosh, I shouldn't have started. I enjoy it. It's just like this mindless. It's kind of mindless, but not really, because I actually have to think about it because, well, when I'm learning new stuff. But also, yeah, it's fun though. But gosh, you can suck and put too many hours into stuff. Hey, Kath, how are you? How are you, Kath? How's it going? It's going good. I remembered the slideshow. I remembered it all on my own. Actually, I saw Yellow Swag's orange message and it reminded me of it. But I totally remembered it on my own. How are you, Kath? Rona had to... Wait, Rona... No, Rona didn't remind me today. Well, she did at the start, but I turned it off. I turned it off. Rona did remind me at the start of stream. I forgot about that. But no, this was after we voted, right? I turned it off and then I turned it back on. So the voting part I reminded on my own. But yes, Rona did remind me. Rona, if you're still here, thank you. But yeah, this is very, very loose and scattery. I'm trying to just keep very loose today. We're gonna, again, going very Zillustrator. I'm gonna bring him up because I'm using his brushes right now, or some of them. We can give him a shout out. Very dynamic, trying to be. Shout out Zillustrator. He may actually be streaming art right now. Let's see if he's live. Not that I want to. Don't go. I'm not gonna say don't go over there. But like, stay here. But I'm just curious if he's live. I was almost gonna say don't go over there. No, you can lurk in both channels. Is he live right now? He's not. No, it doesn't look like it. Actually, I think he's been streaming on YouTube. He might be streaming on YouTube, so... I mean, he probably isn't right now, but... I think he has in the past. But yeah. Crazed Woodsman, how are you? I love the combination of those two emotes. Also, let's do like a bluer blue up here. Nope, not that blue. Let's do like some purple, maybe? Some purple could be fun. And then the purple can get less purple as we get lower down. Like we can get more teal down here in this area. I don't know. This is kind of a weird, very, very weird painting. And we can get some blue-purple shadows. I feel like I just want to make all of this bright white. Not like bright white, but pretty bright white. Maybe it's some yellow. I guess we can get like a yellow. Oh, no, that's too... No, let's do a cool blue. Because I don't know how bright I want it. Do I want it actual white? That's going to be really hard to adjust, but let's try it. Let's take this messy tilt brush from Zilly and start painting in stuff. You're doing good? I'm glad to hear it. Do you do any art? I assume most people in here do art, but if you do and you would like to share, please do share. Just trying to put in blobs. I'm going to try and refine these shapes and stuff more, but right now I'm trying to knock out some of this green. We have a lot of this green down here, and I don't want that. I think this green in the clouds looks funny. This is something that I'm not great at, is this sort of large, just tangled web of shapes. And I am working at it, obviously. And then this stuff back here needs to be smaller. And then this stuff, I feel like this looks like there's a what do you call it? Like a village back here. And I don't like that. I think it would make sense if it were floating. Yep, you do art. Oh, would you like to share? If you'd like to share any, please do. Okay. This kind of looks like a wave, but it's kind of a wave of clouds. Now the question is, can I make it look like clouds without making it look not like clouds? I do have my references though, so that's good. we have these darker shapes. We have a lot of these fluffy stuff. I gotta figure out exactly where my light's coming from. I feel like it should be coming from above. And so this stuff can all be in shadow. But we can still see some of the lighter stuff back here. I don't know what this green is. We have a lot of this green cloud cover. And I'm not sure if I like that. But yeah, the lighting, I am trying to get some of this lighting in here from this side. Okay, so now I can really cast some light on this stuff. I don't really know how the light's touching these things, but it is. So that's cool, I guess. Technically the light should be on that side. I don't think I'd ever say this, but eat the green. Yeah, a little bit of it. I think some of it's okay, but I'm just not sure why it's there, you know? It's like... Yeah, we can get rid of it a little bit. I mean, I think some of it's fine, but again, yeah, it doesn't seem like it needs to be there. Hey, Vana! Maybe it's another universe with a green atmosphere, maybe some green... Yeah, it could be. I don't know. That's very ambitious for this stream right now. It's ambitious because that's I'd have to figure out how to actually show all that. And I don't know if it's necessary. I kind of feel like I want to do... Yeah, I feel like this will work. I mean, I think some of that green tint is okay. But for the most part, this is going to be just a mass of clouds. This is just a cloud painting day. Literally just practicing painting clouds. It's basically the stream. Cloud painting stream. I'm starting off just trying to get some forms of light and shadow. Really, really crude. Not a... Okay, I am curious though. What happens if I color dodge? They are hard for me to conceptualize. Scenes, you're trying to practice scenes and backgrounds. So yeah, I mean that's a lot of what I do on stream is just come up with little ideas for environments. Sometimes they're little things like this, and they're very, very loose. Right, we could have like an underwater scene or whatever this is. Right, just little scenes like this. They're not super detailed, and they're just like the start of an idea. Like today's was essentially turns into something that isn't looking like the same thing. But yeah. Also, what if I do like a glow dodge? This is gonna look not like the same. This painting is gonna be unidentifiable when I'm done. Just adding in some painting. There's some glow dodge. I don't know if I actually want to put that there. Good old color dodge. Okay, I kind of don't like the positioning of some of this. Okay, I do like the composition though. Okay, I like the composition, or sorry, not the composition. I like the colors. I like the idea. All right, making a new layer. Okay, so my issue. I have this line right here where you have this focal point and this thing and all these in the foreground and then nothing back here. So that's not good. One of the ways I could do this is to take something like this and move it. Or maybe I duplicate some shapes. Oops. Maybe I duplicate some shapes and I put... I gotta think about this. Maybe I put these larger shapes and offset them. So like, I know this is extremely crude. Put some over here. And then there's clouds that come up. And maybe these are very, very bright. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's clouds up here. Or maybe there's more. Maybe maybe I get rid of all this, and then this one. There's some shapes under here that are in shadow, and then these are in light. Absolutely enchanting. Hey, Fluffy, how are you? Long time no see. Been a while. How are you? What you been up to? Yeah, this is something. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have a clear vision or anything. Literally nothing in my head. Empty. Maybe this can be darker. It's a giant storm wall type thing. I am off to bed. Good night, everyone. Have fun painting the water cloud dragon. Yeah, definitely. Water cloud dragon wave thingy. Yeah, I don't even know what it is yet. I don't think there's going to be a dragon in it, unfortunately. Sorry. But maybe water. No, it's not water. I mean, technically clouds are water. I'm good. Life happened. Finished my degree. Got a job and all. Slowly getting it. Nice. Nice. Let's see. You're okay. If I remember correctly, you were doing like underwater engineering of some sort. Is that is that what you were doing, or am I confusing you with somebody else? I don't know what to call it. Aquatic engineering, but like it was like a mixture, right? Like or something like that. I don't remember the name of it. Or maybe I'm just totally wrong. Maybe that wasn't you. These are definitely cloud crystals. Ooh, cloud crystals. YOLO swag. I like the idea. Well, it was. Oh. Okay. Do tell. Tell more. But it was no longer? Did you change? I mean, it's been a while, so yeah, I guess that could have changed and... Maybe we'll just add some little structures here to make these look like towers. Some additional... I don't know, additional just lighting, I guess. Hey, Art Bissell, how are you? Welcome, welcome. The channel where I'm drawing something in clouds, I think, or waves, cloudy waves, wavy clouds, something like that. That's what we're doing today. Drawing these little skyscrapery things. I don't know, actually. I haven't decided what these are yet. But I'm just sketching, just gonna continue sketching. And hopefully refining, and hopefully in an hour from now, this will look like something. That's always the plan. Paint something that looks like something. I do want this to look like a sea of clouds. Don't speak English, but hi. Oh, hello! Hello, hello. Here is a heart. No need English for that. So rather than engineering in the sea, it's more in like engineering at sea on a boat kind of thing. So everything you need to know on a boat. Oh, cool. So wait, do you work on a boat then? That would be a cool job if you like boats. Wait. This. I like the pink and purple colors. Also, I have a hunch I'm making this really gray and desaturated as I paint, so we might have to bring back some of that. Okay, so these are, I need to make these look like clouds. So what I'm gonna do is bring back this Illustrator brush. I don't know if this is gonna look good or not. I feel like these shapes should be more, we should be seeing the underside of them more. And then we should see the top side of... And I'm not trying to make these accurate shapes, but I do want to carve out some shapes where we can really see the underside of things. Okay, let's switch to a brush I can actually control. So yeah, I want to really show the forms here. So like core shadow form down here. I need some overlap, some shape defining things. Can do a lot of blurring. But I really, so remember, I don't know if you're still here. Why can I not think of this? Not monkey. Why am I struggling with your name? Gaming Geek. I don't know if you're still here. But if you are, then this is kind of this type of thing that I was talking about in your... Is what I'm trying to do up here is exactly what I'm advising you to do to your character's hair, which is really figure out what forms these are. Because right now, this just looks like a jumbled mess, or mine does. Yours is better than mine, but the same sort of thing needs to be applied, I think, which is figure out what shape this is. You know, is this part of it further back? Do I want, you know, an overlapping shape of, you know, like this goes backward and this comes out in the distance, and like really, really trying to figure out how I want this to look, right? What angle are we looking at? Yeah, just really try and nail these forms down. Because right now this is just a big jumbled mess, which is kind of okay, but I think that we can do better, right? We don't need it to be a jumbled mess. Have you ever tried matte painting one of your environments? I tried it, but it's somehow pretty difficult to make everything look right. I have used photo textures, if that's what you're saying. Yeah, so I've overlaid a lot of textures on my paintings before. I don't do it much anymore. I don't really care for the look, and I don't know. It's not really my thing. One thing it's really useful for, actually, so I wouldn't do it as an end in and of itself, but let's say this is my, I'm just going to copy my reference here. One thing that I think is pretty useful, and I'll do it right now just to show you. Let me just merge some of my layers. Is to do things like overlay, and then you paint the textures that you've created. So for example, let's say I do like just an overlay or something. This is going to look absurd, of course. And maybe I go through in different layer modes and hope that looks bad. But let's say you find something you kind of like. Maybe I don't like it that bright, right? So I tone it down. Or maybe you do like again, an overlay. This is not a great example because I already have so much variation. But sometimes what you can do is you can see the patterns of light and dark, like within here. Obviously, I have my own patterns of light and dark, which kind of jumbles it. But what I could do is make a new layer on top of it and just not necessarily trace, but just start to pay attention to, I mean, maybe I start out tracing some of them, but I'm just paying attention to these patterns of light and dark a little bit. And then when I'm done, I'll have kind of a visual look, you know, of how these shadow shapes are formed and how these light shapes are formed. Now this is not going to look good because, right, it's already so messy. But sometimes you can get sort of, you can trick your brain, or you can train your brain into really seeing the patterns of light and dark. I mean, honestly, it would probably just be easier to just pay attention to them in this way, right? You could even take like a dark shape and just start coloring in the shadows, just so that maybe you can see some of these patterns emerge, and you can kind of get your brain to understand just how they're sort of just these random shapes that are. So like just paying attention to the shadow shapes and the light shapes can be really useful. It's really nice for, yeah, just sort of, I mean, it's just essentially you're just using references, but it's references specifically to pay attention to this texture, because ultimately this is just extremely textured. I've done the same for grass effects, and rocks are really useful. Anything that has like this complicated tiling of you know, shadows and lights. So whether it's like a pile of rocks or leaves on the ground where you have all these shapes that are just mingled together, and you're obviously not going to paint every leaf. So what you focus on instead is painting the shapes, you know, the shadows between the leaves, and then maybe some of the patterns of light on top of them. And all you're doing is painting the lights and the darks, and suddenly now you see entire leaves. And the same thing with clouds, right? Pay attention to the brights, pay attention to the darks, and suddenly now you have shadow, or you have clouds. And whether, I think James Gurney has a good video where he paints a pile of wood, literally just a giant wood pile, and he's just painting the shadows, and by the end of it, it looks like you have a pile of wood, and it's really fascinating. So that kind of thing is useful, but sometimes overlaying it can help sort of bring out all the shadows, but it didn't in this case because I'd have to crank up the saturation and the contrast. So yeah, it didn't really help me there, but it can help. It also just helps you figure out what to pay attention to sometimes. Yeah, James Gurney's great. But I like sort of that kind of referencing and just understanding how. But yeah, I don't really photo bash anymore. I don't really enjoy it. It's not bad if you have a process. Like, it's not too hard if you have a process that obviously you don't want to have a bunch of lights and darks everywhere. Like it, but if you set up your painting in clean value structures, right? Very just simple values, light, darks. Well, I don't really have any good examples here. But, if you just set up your painting in, dark shapes, light shapes, maybe literally in white and black, right? It's not bad for this kind of thing where you're just trying to overlay some of the shadows and darkness or whatever. I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyway, let's just do that. Maybe this goes back there. I don't know what these shapes are, but you get the idea. Yeah, so like if you had a painting that's this simple, I feel like then you can start laying in the light and shadow, and it could look quite good because the textures are just going to fill up the space. That was a very quick. Just trying to figure out what I'm painting here. Maybe it's a tree. There we go. So yeah, I mean, this is the type of painting is one where photo textures would work really well, and this is how I would start if I were going to do a lot of photo bashing. Is you set up your basic values, figure out what you're painting, what you want, and then I could start layering photos textures on top. Maybe I want like another layer back here, right? And then I could be like, okay, well maybe I want some lighting, and then I could make these forms a little bit more complex if I wanted. But ultimately, you'd be almost set for photo bashing, and then blending, getting the right values, and then you could bring in some colors, do color adjustments. So yeah, this process though is not great for that because one, my values are everywhere, and two, basically the values are everywhere because I've already started painting the textures. Airbrushing just to get some nice vibes. Ooh, okay, so if we have the light coming from this direction, which is kind of what I've decided, it isn't perfect, but I can also bring in some light back here on these clouds. I'm just kind of scribbling in. Yeah, also, YOLO Swag, have you been doing any art? And would you like to share? Did I already ask that? Maybe I did. I don't remember. Does anybody want to share? It doesn't have to be YOLO Swag. Also, I still kind of chuckle to myself every time I say your name. Because it's great. I feel like some of these dark spots should be more in the foreground, looking down. Now, do I want this to just be a giant wall of clouds? I think I do. I think what we want is these clouds to just be, again, a complex mass. And then in here we can see some of the buildings poking through. Where do we share? Oh, you can drop a direct link directly in chat if you'd like, as long as it's safe for work. Or alternatively, you can join our Discord and share in the art section or the sketches section if it's unfinished work. But yeah, you can also just drop a direct link right in chat if you want. You don't need a permit. I do on PC. I'm watching on phone. I see. Okay. I see. I feel like we probably don't have many phone viewers. Who's watching on phone? Is there anybody who's watching on phone? I'm gonna go on the assumption that PC is the default. Or compute, you know. Yeah. Me? You're watching on phone. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe everyone's on phone. Me? Okay. We got a lot of... Okay, maybe everybody... Maybe literally everyone in chat is on phone. Is this the future? I'm chilling in bed. I guess it is pretty late, isn't it? You're on PC. Nice, Fana. Yeah, me too. I mean, I guess it's probably obvious I'm on PC. Actually, let's do this. Let's just manually paint around these edges. Just trying to paint some of these little towers and spires and various things. I don't want it to look too futuristic-y. Is that a word? Too futuristic. On Mac, spider spires. Spider spires? What's that? Is that what you call them? Also, do I like these? Some of them are okay. Some of them are not. I thought you said spiders. Oh, spires. Sorry, yeah, not spiders. No spiders in this painting. That would be creepy and weird. Not a fan of spiders. No, thank you. Do I like them? This, I don't know. Let's see. Little tiny spires down here. I don't know that these should be in light though. Little building connectors. Gotta have those. Trying to make it look like this building cast a shadow on the other one. And maybe this one can have a little bit of light back here. That could be a thing. cloud spires. I'm trying to think of a name. Not that I need to name my paintings. Naming paintings is weird, but I mean, it's not weird in and of itself, but it makes me feel weird. Do you guys ever feel like it's hard to name paintings? Or like I'm pretty simple when it comes to naming paintings. I'm like spires and clouds, cloud spires. That would be the name. Other people would be like, like morning rejuvenation would be their name, and I'm like, what? I'm like, no, just be descriptive, A symphony in exactly a symphony in blue, stuff like that is like, oh my goodness, what is happening? How do you people come up with those? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. People are weird. I have nothing against that. And then there's is it a painting of ivory towers? I mean, just towers. I don't know. They're white towers. And then there's people like Vladislav something. I don't know what his name is. He has pretty good paintings. Tomislav. You guys know Tomislav art? Let's see. He's I'm gonna link his art station. No, let me first find his Twitter. He has hilarious titles of his paintings, but I also realize, yeah, let's see. Okay, I found his name. Art station. Can't find it. Okay. Let me go to his art station. This guy has good titles. He is a title master. If you guys know of Tomislav. So I don't here, let me bring this up because I think okay, let me bring up his art station. Alright, so this one is called Let Me Guess. You Got Lost Again, Bro. These are not the maps, they're potion recipes. So that's the title of his painting. And then they always are relevant to like just like this big thing and he's looking at this thing. I don't know. And some of them are what's another good one? We have like this painting. This giant is holding a tiny little sword, and in the title is, "Dude, is this yours? I think you've dropped it back there." Right? Just like the kind of joke. I don't know. Like, it does not take himself seriously, and I love it. Sort of like adds a little bit. Like all the names are great. This one, this painting. Yo, bro, is it safe down there in the woods? Yeah, man, it's cool. Great naming. This guy does next level naming. It's fits the painting. It's just silly. Just good fun. What's not to love about it? So this is, to me, those are like the three good ways of naming. Where you have like the whole guy's stuff. It's great. Whenever we talk about naming paintings, I have to bring him up because he is here, I'll link his art station because anyone who is going to be brought up on stream, I feel like it's worth shouting out. And he doesn't stream or anything, but still, or he might stream, I don't know. But yeah, that's great names. And then meanwhile, I'm just like, oh, blue, teal clouds and towers. An ivory tower is a metaphorical place or an atmosphere where people are happily cut off from the rest of the world in favor of their own pursuits, usually mental and esoteric ones. Beep boop, how are you, Katsune? See, I feel like you could just name this a metaphorical atmosphere, or yeah, I don't know. You could name it an esoteric pursuit. God, I'm bad at naming things. I would just stick to like clouds and towers. version 2 because I've probably painted clouds and towers before. Okay, do I put some purple in here? I think I do. I think that's the real answer is yes. Purple into the clouds. Okay, I need to find some giant cloud wall. Well, I guess I kind of have some here. How art the the art is going well. We are painting something, some clouds and towers. The cyan painting with towers and clouds and a hint of pink. Yeah, pretty much. I mean that's a bit descriptive. Too descriptive for me. I would probably just leave off half of that, and then in the tags I would put hashtag pink, hashtag purple, hashtag clouds, cyan, all those things, so that if people search for the title descriptively, they can find it. If that makes sense. I'm really, again, naming is hard. I always feel, okay, it's not that the naming is hard, it's that I feel silly doing it, right? If you have like the overly pretentious name, right, like Symphony and Blue, right, that just makes me feel weird. I get way too, I don't take myself that seriously. Let's put it that way. And maybe I should. Maybe I should take myself more seriously as an artist to where I can tell someone face to face, this painting is titled A Symphony in Blue, without laughing. I don't think I could do it. I would feel like the I would just feel silly. I don't quite know what you're talking about, Yellow Swag, but I appreciate it. I'm the same. Yeah. It's a weird. Again, I'm not hating on people who do that. I think there's, like, in some ways, I think it's an admirable quality being able to name your. It's like an artistic name, right? It's like the name is part of the art, and I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't view it the same way, or I feel weird. But again, I don't think you should feel weird for doing that. I just do. And again, not bad if you do name stuff like that. I think I used to. I tried to before, but then the more that I painted, the less I felt like it just, yeah, it lost its thing. Slide the show. Thank you, Kath. Slideshow is up. Speaking of the slideshow, since a lot of people are new, I think the slideshow shows slides of paintings that are available for free for redeems that I will send anywhere in the world. All you have to do is spend time here, and that's it. You don't have to subscribe. No subscribing, no donating unless you want. But yeah, you just hang out, and I'll send you prints if you want. Obviously, you don't have to get a print, but you can. Maybe I should take some classes with Ilodin. I know I need a master namer. But see, then he would. I feel like you'd come up with names though that, like, I guess, I don't know. I'm still skeptical that even he would do a good job. No, I know he would. But yeah, need to definitely. He'd make up the most ridiculous. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He doesn't care if he sounds ridiculous because he's given up the care of that. A normal person, I don't think could say the names that he says without also sounding ridiculous, right? You have to have a certain lack of care, I think. Is there no AI tool for naming paintings? Oh gosh, I don't know. Not a bad idea. I like that idea, actually. I think that's an idea I could get on board with. Who's Elodin? Elodin is in the book The Name of the Wind. He is the master namer. He's I don't think I can explain it. This one is called The Bee's Knees. You know, I think that would be fun because then if it gave me a terrible name, I could be like, don't blame me, you know? He's a special boy. Yeah, so I mean, I think there's like different schools because so in the Name of the Wind or King Killer Chronicles, there are different schools of. I mean, their magic system is very academic, right? And it's sort of, but there's different schools. There's obviously like what do you call them? Like artificing, right? There's various things that what's called sympathy is like the main one of the main magic things. Um, and then there's naming, and you can like call on the name of the wind, which is where the book gets the name. But basically, it's like controlling things if you understand it to a degree where you can give it a name. And if you haven't, if you know something's true name, it's essentially that you command power over it. And I think that applies to people too. But it's kind of this nebulous idea that you have to truly know something. Um, and it's like the real magic of the book. It's like there's a lot of like academic magics, and then there's like that's like the elusive magic that is like told in fairy tales, like you know people shooting fireballs. Like a lot of people kind of don't even know if that's even really a thing, and it's sort of a thing, but not like it's kind of this thing that isn't as easily taught. It's much harder to grasp. It's much more like an art, I guess, or like an actual magic where everything else is more like a science. And that's kind of part of the book is sort of yeah. Anyway, the real magic is like science. Yeah, yeah, the magic that everyone knows and goes to school for is much more like science, whereas this is more like the magic. And it's kind of this some people, even the people who study actual magic doesn't really get it, and it's sort of this elusive hand wavy type of thing, and the people who do know it are kind of a little bit off their rocker, and you're not they don't really show you, and because they aren't going to show you the magic when you ask them to, because they have a certain it's sort of this some people even question I think if it's even real, like they only hear stories of it, and they have their doubts. um it's pretty interesting, but yeah, I just like spoiled the magic system in the book. It's actually it's a good book, but I don't think there will ever be a third one, according to people online. It sounds like there will never be a third book, even though it's supposed to be the King Killer trilogy. Pulling a George R.R. Martin level of not releasing books. Kath, what's your take on this? Do you have a hot take? Do you think it's gonna ever happen? I have hope, but it's still dwindling. I have hope too. I mean, I don't know anything. I don't follow the guy or anything, and I don't know if it'll ever come. But it is a good book. I do recommend it for them, both of them. I haven't read the other ones though. You think Pat's gonna die and Brandon Sanders? Wait, do you think that would be allowed? Is that how that works? Surely that's. Wait, why do you think that would be a thing? How would Brandon Sanderson finish Patrick Rothfuss's book? Or he just drops it out of the blue and nobody suspects a thing. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen in interviews, he seems to take it. He took a very like philosophical approach to sort of his responses. Like, people shouldn't just value you for the work you produce. But it's obvious he still likes doing that stuff, and I feel like if you're if you have that mentality, like you're still gonna want, unless you're trying to just make a statement. But I think he would come out and say, "I'm not going to finish it." If that were the case, I feel like he would still want to work on it on the side, but he just wants to also make kind of teach people a lesson that like, hey, you shouldn't be only value them for the work they produce, and like, I can live my life and that's perfectly okay too, and people shouldn't view less of him. And I feel like he's kind of making that point, but at the same time, he obviously still loves what he does, and there's no like I don't think he could live with himself for never finishing it, maybe, right? Like, this is still a thing he started. I think sometimes he resents his fans for liking his books. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think he doesn't like that when people talk to him. I mean, I think it's, if I had to guess, I feel like there's a bit of like, he doesn't like the fame or the notoriety of being the person who made this book, because that's all people look at, right? And I watched one interview with him, and that's kind of what he was saying, was more or less along the lines of like yeah, kind of resentful of like how dare you treat me like this tool who creates the books. And people have literally like will tell him he's a terrible person because he's not releasing their book, and how dare he. And I think that's obviously that's a really toxic mentality to have, I think, if you're a fan of something. But at the same time, I still feel like you would feel like you do owe it to them to finish the thing that you literally promised. He goes on to make 3 more series and 5 offshoots. Yeah, true. He has done a lot more. So yeah, I don't think he's not gonna finish it, or at least it's not in the works. But I think he's kind of using it to make a point. I feel like it's his political statement. you know, Not political though, but just his, because he hasn't said he's not gonna finish it, right? And I think if he truly didn't think he was, he would just say it, because he seems to not care too much about people thinking. Like, I think he could just shut people up once and for all by saying, "Hey, I'm not gonna finish it. Stop hounding me." And for someone who's had this much backlash for his essentially what amounts to his own actions, I don't think he would be one to shy away from just telling people how it is. So my hunch is it's coming, but it'll be a long time, and I hope he's around long enough to finish it. There's been rumors though from his editor that he hasn't seen a page of book in 3 years. Yeah, yeah, and that's pretty sad, but that's okay. Okay, I'm liking how this is turning out so far. I think, though, what I want to do is do some experimenting. I am a big fan of experimenting. I want to get some darker colors in here, maybe add some saturation in places, color balance, do all that stuff. So I'm just gonna. Oh crap! Did I just crash my program? No. Thank you, for, Clarissa Mac 92. How are you? Thank you for the follow. So what I'm gonna try and do is just play around with overlays, color adjust modes, various things. Yeah, no crashing. Um, Actually, first thing I'm going to do is edit, tonal correction, use saturation. Here, I'll share my screen though when I do this. I'm just going to crank up the saturation. Sometimes you get these vibrant colors that you never would have expected by cranking up the saturation. Or sometimes it'll show you where you have like bits of green that you weren't expecting or bits of this bright purple. I'm obviously not going to keep this, but there can be things that it can show you that you didn't expect. And then when you dial it back, you can keep asking yourself, you know, where do I like it? Like, do I really want it here? Because now this looks too gray. Maybe this looks too bright. So what I'm gonna do is actually, I like it this bright, but what if I mask this? And this is another thing I like doing. Layer mask, make outside selection. And now I can come in here and paint in some of the bright parts. Maybe on the focal points. Maybe on these towers. Maybe on the edge of where the light meets the dark. Maybe the sky. Or I could have just done it in the shadows. But basically I'm coming in here and painting in some of the saturation just where I want it. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Monkey Man, do you have a picture with the underwater one I kind of need to work from? You kind of need something to work. I mean, okay, I do have it, but may I suggest references? Underwater. Yeah, let's just go to Google, literally typing underwater. I mean, there's a lot of images here of underwater. You know how I talk about gradients and you can use what the colors in the foreground? This is a good example. Like just one of my first searches on Google Images. Right, just like when I do a painting on my own, right? You have these dark shadow shapes up in the foreground, right? And then you have these gradients that just go perfectly back all the way, all the shadow shapes, right? You have this background, you have this stuff, and you have this stuff. So these are all the shadow shapes. Now, obviously, there's color and there's values in here as well, but it's literally the same setup, right? Except you also have a gradient from bottom to top, right? So you also have this gradient. So if you just simplify it like that, it's kind of the same thing. So these are that's how I would use references like this. So copy image address, I can post it in here. It's a long link, long boy link, but there you go. That's like that reference. So that's how I would use these things. So you kind of know the general structure, and you can sort of, and when you know if you have shallow water, right? Again, some things like this are just gradients. It's literally a gradient. Except again, just like what I was saying, the further back you go, you also get darker, right? This one's really wild. It's very edited, I think. But here's another one, right? Where's the darkest? Furthest away from the light source, right? In the corners, right? Wherever the light is, it just gets darker everywhere away from it. So that's kind of, yeah. I don't think you need to see the painting that I did again. It is a long link. But yeah, I don't think you need to see the painting I did. You can use references and sort of, this is why I always talk about sort of this simple gradient. You know, you start with your shadows are the darkest in the foreground, right? Followed by a middle ground, and then you can make your shapes like that. Because most things have that structure, even if it doesn't look like it. You might have a lot of bright stuff in the foreground like this, right? Maybe you have flowers and shapes, but what you'll still find is even when you have things like this, you're still having these dark occlusion shadows that are darkest in the foreground. Right? So this has the same structure that I just showed, even though I have bright in the front, because these shapes are what I'm looking at, these shadows, right? You can always add light on it after the fact. And same thing for water, right? Underwater, same effect. It's just you have a little bit more drop off around the light source, right? You have a little bit more atmosphere-y effect. Right, everything's just a little bit more blurry and muddied. But it's kind of the same stuff. Right, that could be underwater. So yeah, it's yeah, I'm not gonna post the exact images, but I feel like there's a lot of resources online for references. Oh, I'm not sure why I'm sharing that. What am I trying to show? Oh yeah, the slideshow. Oh, okay, I remember why I was on this page. Oh, I dropped my stylus. I remember why I was on this image because I want to go to overlay, airbrush, and I want to bring in like a purple or something. I just want to see what would happen if I bring in some darker shadows. I don't want to make it look like a storm though. But see, I like that. That's pretty cool. You get these really dark occlusion shadows down here. You have an idea for a painting? Nice. Yeah, feel free to share. I mean, yeah. I mean, just don't, I mean, don't bombard me with stuff, but I mean, I like seeing what you're working on. It's always fun. And, you always feel free to just drop it in chat. I mean, if I don't see it, I don't see it, but, I typically do check Discord. But, I'm not, like, giving critiques on every single thing, so... So, if I miss it for a day or two, it's not gonna... it's not the end of the world. But yeah, definitely. I do like seeing what you're working on. It's always fun. And I feel like you've been improving really fast. So it's extra exciting to see it. I always like seeing improvement. Especially when it's stuff that we've been talking about. Okay, so let's see. I think I like this stuff. No, maybe not back here. Do I like these shapes? I feel like some of this is a little hard and dark. Some poofy clouds here. See, a painting like this would be fun to just paint the heck out of and do all the details. Also, I need to delete all of my references for underwater. I just copied a whole bunch that I didn't realize I was doing, and now I've blocked all of my sky references. I like the colors. Thanks. Yeah, they're fun. I think they're fun colors. We talked about colors earlier when Turk was here, or turquoise. And I think this is one of the reasons why, like, when I look at colors, I don't think, oh, what color is my reference? Let's use that. And much like when I was showing the underwater stuff, right? Like this, I'm not really paying attention to colors. I'm paying attention to the values and the structure. And the same thing can be applied to any colors and the temperatures. Um, your favorite colors are greenish blues. Yeah, they're nice. Also, one thing though that I am finding, let's kind of goofed up here. I want to make this look like a bit more of a gradient and a bit nicer and cleaner behind it. Doesn't need to be perfectly clean, but there is an element of making things look like I actually painted them in a layer. And again, I could be on a separate layer right here, but just coming in here. It doesn't need to be a perfect gradient, but I do want it to look like there's shapes that go behind it. I mean, I'm never going to match it perfectly, but I do want the stuff to be clean. I mean, this is the focal point. It should be pretty clean. So I'm just using an airbrush. I can obviously come in here and blur things and blend stuff if I want later. Also, we have this weird line here, which is kind of fun, but I don't think we want it at the edge. You know, this is another painting I wouldn't mind finishing. Also, these really bright greens, I think, are kind of neat. I know that I said I didn't like the greens initially, and I kind of don't. But I think they're nice as like an accent color. It sort of worked its way into this blue. Hey, Chrissy, how are you? Good afternoon. Maybe there's some of this bright green stuff in here. Maybe I can use the green as like a way to show some of the architecture up here. I can highlight some of these things without feeling like I'm adding light to them. So like in here, I can do these little things where we have like the just ever so slightly. Maybe some of these I could light like this. Yeah, we could get little shapes up here. I wish it was afternoon over here as well. Yeah, it's 2:30, 2:38, 2:39 now p.m. It's a little early still. I think clean silhouettes is another thing. I could make my paintings look a lot more official quicker if I just focus on silhouettes, and then I can do all the painterly stuff around it. It's 11:39. Yeah, all you Europeans. I think that's also, I've mentioned this before, stream oftentimes dies down a lot towards the end of stream, partly because I start chatting a lot less, but also because other people chat a lot less. And I think a part of that is a lot of my viewers are Europeans. So, you know, it's kind of fun to hang out for a while when everything's new. But I think as stream goes on and people are here all the time, like you can't be staying up this late every single night. Like at some point you got to be like, all right, this is ridiculous. So, you know, they stop by at the start and then they kind of taper off, which makes sense. So I have a weird time slot for streaming. It's pretty good for Europeans and not that great for Americans who are working, because if you're an American and you're working, you're like getting off work right now. So it's not really ideal, but it does work quite well for me. Seems like it's towards the end of stream. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean? Like, does it feel like it is right now, just with the way things are going? Yeah, I mean, I am slowing down, but I'm not ending right now. I might even go a little longer than normal. Also, I tried to paint that out and I made it look worse. But yeah, I don't think I'm ending right now. I think this big shadow is okay. I want to get this shadow to look right. This is so it's funny. A lot of stuff that I reference is extremely straightforward. Like, oh, here's a bunch of clouds, right? Like, I mean, I basically only had to use one reference for this whole painting, and it was this, right? This was basically my one reference. But what this reference doesn't have is a big cloud that's casting over all of this other stuff, right? Or this way, I guess, because this is where the shadow is, right? I don't have a reference for this, and it's not that it's hard because the cloud structures can be super complicated or really simple, and so I'm kind of just having to invent a cloud structure that I'm trying to make it look believable. I'm sure there are good examples of these. I should be looking them up though. Can't watch much during the week though because of work. Yeah, that's understandable, and I don't mind it. I mean, I hope I'm not coming off sounding like, oh, I'm desperate. Like I kind of like it. It's nice. It quiets down sometimes. I will say though, it is way easier mentally when there's questions or just conversation, because then I can respond like a normal human and I don't have to like pretend I'm talking to myself or to people who aren't there. It's a little hard. That is probably the hardest part about streaming, is that when chat dies down, it becomes much more draining to keep on talking. And I think that's something people don't talk about enough. Everyone says, oh, if there's no one in your chat and you're streaming, just keep on talking, right? No big deal. Are you like, that is hard. Not because it's hard to find the words, but because it's mentally exhausting. At least for me, that is not something I'm good at. I'm okay at it because I've had practice, but it's not natural. It's not enjoyable. So yeah, it's a thing, but it's part of streaming. Thank you. I was on the wrong thing because I was showing the menus. I'm making excuses. Okay, so I do like this. Oops. Let's just zoom in. We're gonna zoom in. We're gonna figure out the angle of the light. Lighting is coming this way, so shadows are gonna be cast this way. So something like this would be casting a shadow here. And even if I just fudge it, I kind of know enough about shadow shapes that I can... Oh, like this should all be... Also, another fun thing is when you get shapes like this, you don't actually have to put this whole shape. You can just paint things like this. Like, you can put a gap. This is something I don't do much. Andreas Roca does this, and I really like it, where he actually just puts a gap in some of his shapes. He might put a little bit up here. For example, if he's drawing a really skinny spire, it makes no sense to be able to see the whole thing. So you can make it look more thin than it is by putting breaks in it. It's kind of like putting breaks in your lines. I mean, this is something that I've, even in like landscape architecture school, we were told, you know, when drawing trees from like the lit side, don't draw the full line and the full silhouette. Put little holes in it, because then it makes it look like there's that side is bright. But yeah, it's kind of a, I mean, it's one of those things like I know with drawing, but in painting you don't really think about it, is to make like segmented it's basically breaking your shapes into small, medium, large. You're making little smaller shapes, but I find them interesting. It makes it look, yeah, I find it way more interesting. And I've noticed on some of his paintings he does that, so I'm just gonna steal that little trick, or whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's not a trick, but it's just another thing to try to remind myself of. It's funny. The more I paint, the more I'm making my paintings very like painterly, which is kind of maybe unfortunate a little bit because it's also what the AI is really good at. And I know this is more about the idea than the beauty of the painting. Like obviously AI can make nice paintings, but can it get the idea? Like, you know, I didn't start out with this idea. I started out with something else, right? I didn't even have these buildings at all when I started. I actually, if we go back to the thumbnails, I just saved again. It's gonna take a second. Yeah, I like the painterly style too, and it's just a funny kind of coincidence that I'm leaning into a style that looks more AI, kind of. I mean, I've always been loose though, but anyway. So this painting, right? I started with these things, and even if it looked nice, I definitely changed what I did, and I think that is the difference between like me and an AI, is that the edits I make are much more specific and geared towards what I actually want. And even if the AI technically made something that looks nicer, I feel like this is more fitting the idea that I actually had, so it's a little bit more authentic to me. It's not just taking things that have worked in the past, comparing himself to an. I mean, it's funny though. It's funny because in some ways, the way that I paint like this is almost, if you vaguely describe a diffusion method of painting, it's very similar. I'm literally finding shapes that kind of sort of resemble what I want. Say I paint, a sunny field of grass, right? Well, I kind of know that sun on a field of grass is going to have some yellow greens, right? So maybe I blob in some yellow greens, right? Like, I'm like, oh, some yellow green, sunny field of grass. Okay. Well, maybe if it's sunny, it has some blue sky. So I can just start out with blobs, and I literally just start refining stuff, right? I could be like, okay, well let's add some atmospheric perspective. I don't really know what it looks like yet, right? And I'm kind of just doing these passes on it. And each time I do this pass, it makes it more and more in focus, right? Kind of like the diffusion method of AI, where it's figuring out what is most likely, right? If this is a field of grass, what is this most likely to be? Well, our paintings show that it's nice to have things with depth. Okay, well, this is most likely to be some background element, right? Okay, well, what is this most likely to be? Well, this is darker than this, so maybe it's more likely to be shadows. So we have some nice, so we added some light and shadow in here, right? And oh, this dark spot, what are these most likely to be? Well, these are the occlusion shadows of the grass. So we have our grassy brush strokes in here. And it's, and oh, these grasses also have some darker shapes, because that's how, distant grass looks like, right? Maybe we have okay, well, this spot, haven't decided that yet, but that should actually be a little darker because maybe we have the sun coming from this direction, right? And so you kind of get this, like, okay, well, now we have a direction, and you're kind of building it up. And it's not really what AI is doing, right? There's an analogy there. Obviously, AI is directly taking other people's ideas and references and patterns that they have done, and but there is an element of coming up with an idea from nothing or from something that is similar in an analogous way to what the AI is doing. But again, if you actually have an idea, once you say, I want to paint a field of grass, we can be like, well, do we want to tell a story? And if we say, well, sure, stories are nice, let's tell a story of a fish. Oh, wait, fish and grass? How does that work? Maybe this fish is swimming in a stream, so we decide to add a stream. Or maybe it's in a spaceship that can fly above the grass. Like, we can make up stories, right? And I think that's the thing that the AI's, well, technically the AI can make stories too, but I don't think they're not our stories, right? That's the difference. There's a human element to it. That was a stupid example, but I do kind of think along the lines of that. Like, okay, well, I have these shapes here. What could this shape be? Well, it's a shadow. It's in front of this giant cloud dome. So maybe I make the back of the cloud darker? Maybe I blend the shadows together. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe Joe's a robot. He's just not aware of it. Maybe we're all robots. We're all run by computer programs. Maybe. And just like in like The Sims, it's not like if The Sims could, chop off their arm, they wouldn't see code underneath it, right? It would just be nothing, right? For us, we still are flesh and blood, but maybe it's all just being run in a program. Who knows? The program just has flesh and blood underneath. Just like in a video game where there's blood. They wouldn't know. How are you doing, Mighty Maddie? Welcome, welcome. You just came into a weird conversation, getting very philosophical in here. Hope you're doing well. Gonna try and just add a little bit of implied towers back here. I think these are too similar. Let's knock these back. But yeah, I guess I can share what I've been doing today. We've been doing a lot of thumbnails. Lots of thumbnails. And then we vote on one, and then we picked one, and then this is it, and then we scaled it up and painting on it. Some robots may be programmed to believe they are human, while others may not have the capability of understanding the concept of being a robot. This scenario is known as a philosophical zombie or a philosophical robot. It is a thought experiment of philosophy as mind cognitive science about the possibility of a being that behaves as if it were conscious but isn't. Your dream was drawn in. I was drawn in by this almost icy looking scene. Super neat. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so we started with some blobs and it kind of looked like this. And yeah, this is the one that won the vote. Oh, we can remove these. I had random stuff on front. There. This is what we start. So we started the first half of the stream by sketching up some little thumbnails. We had like an underwater scene of some sort, some grassy area, this thingy. We had a red whatever building. Yeah, just little ideas. I didn't know what they were, but we don't always know what they are. Like this one I thought was cool. It made me think of like some little weird village with like bioluminescent lights or something underneath this giant tree. So like I thought that looked cool. This is the one I wanted to win, but it didn't. Rest in peace. Anyway, so here we are, working on this. Good old one stream painting. I don't know if I'll ever work on it again. I have so many paintings. I keep on every single stream. I'm like, this is the painting that I want to finish. And the next stream, it's like, no, this is the one that I want to finish. And I just don't know what to do. I have like 100 paintings that I should finish, but I don't think I ever will touch any of them. And I don't really like working on paintings on stream after like the first day because it just starts to slow down, and that last 20% is like mind numbing, and it's hard for me to chat at the same time. Kinda, not really. I don't know. But yeah, that's a thing. If I'm an AI, then when I get out of this computer, I'm a Go Terminator. I DM a campaign that takes place in an icy environment. Ah, cool. This looks similar to an icy realm in Urizen Capital White Throne. Whether that was the intention or not, I love how. Yeah, so this is actually. I mean, this is supposed to be more like skies and towers. That's not necessarily icy, but it could be. Could be icy. What would have I done different if it were icy? I mean, it does this. So the one part that I'm not super clear on, and I'm not a huge fan of yet, is this stuff. I'm not sure. It doesn't really feel like clouds. So I think that's what I need to work on. Actually, I think even just adding that little part right there already made it look better. Sure. I have to get creative sometimes with finding backdrops for a theater of the mind scene. Yeah. I agree. It's yeah. I mean, I don't even know what these are gonna be when I start. Like, I don't have 9 different ideas in my head. I literally start with, let's pick a color, or I want to paint towers. Something as simple as that, and then I start slapping on colors. And I mean, I was thinking this was probably waves when I started, and notice how there's a lot of green in here. I was thinking there was probably hills with towers in the background, and this was some like weird cloud wave or something. It was actually somebody in chat who said, oh, it's like a floating castle in the sky with clouds. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. And then I started just adding all the clouds and totally went a different direction, which I think is that's what I enjoy, is sort of not having an idea and building it up as I go. That's my favorite. This would be a good cloud study, though. I should. Maybe that's what I'll do on Sun. Oh, tomorrow's Sunday. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on this, and I'll bust open the references more. I mean, I have them open right now, but and then I can really focus in on rendering some clouds. Figure out my light source better. That'd be fun. Because I'm not very great at getting this sort of super epic scale where we have like these billowing clouds that have all these complex shapes. And I like that every once in a while. I'm just don't do it very often. I think maybe it's because of a matter of time and how much I spend. But these sort of just super complicated shapes and making the whole painting this level of complicated, I think can have it has a nice appeal to it. I might be a little too ADHD to pull that off too often, because it's just a lot of time, and I typically want to move on to the next painting. But I don't know. There is something nice about it. But I don't know if I actually enjoy painting that stuff. Anyway, we are going to end stream here. I don't know if that was abrupt or not. But thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We are going to find somebody to raid. Maybe somebody new. I don't know. Does anybody have anybody new to raid? McCongor, thank you so much for being here. This is definitely a painting I could do more on, though. You only have Skittle online. Okay, well, we can always go over there. Let's scroll. Can I? Is it illegal? Not illegal to share like art, like the Twitch art thumbnails on stream? Can I do that? Can I share? And I don't know. I guess I'll get a warning if not. Can I share this? Is that bad? Like, where we go through and we look for people who are maybe doing environments. Who's gonna stop you? I don't know. Probably nobody. What are these person drawing? Fan art. Okay. Commissions. Any environments? Ooh, this person's stuff looks nice. Oh, it's Octahannah. We could raid her. Let me maybe raid her. She's cool. She's somebody we follow. I mean, I have a bunch of people online, right? I have Bob Ross. I have Octahannah. I have Skittle. I have a bunch of other people. A lot of artists. Ixon. Oh, Ixon. But let's just see if there's anybody doing environments. Also, why does my stream show that? Oh, I guess my stream's gonna show my thumbnail. Hold on. There we go. There's me. Let's see. Ooh, is this an environment? It looks like a game. I don't know what they're playing, but ooh, I like this too. We could raid them. They're another person that I follow. There's Skittle. We could also raid Skittle. I'm just seeing all the people that I already follow. Joe streaming, can you raid yourself? I don't think that works. Test, ignore me. Okay. Let's see. Any environment artists? Just go scrolling through. Environment art. I'm not seeing any. Oh! Environments! Trying out new things. Let's go raid Gem. Or we could raid them. Hold on. Okay, that person's title is not in English. This person has a Bob Ross thing up here. Trying out new things. Okay, new... Here we go. Oh, we're in an ad. Hold on. Okay, but that's who we're gonna raid. Oh, that's not the thing I wanted to put on screen. There we go. Alright, so we are going to raid somebody named... Actually, I don't know. Hold on. Let me bring back up this thing. Gems. Jeemz. Actually, let me double check though to make sure that they've been live or that they are still live. So I don't know who this person is. I don't even know if they speak English, but we will go and find out. They're doing environments. We like environments. We're gonna go say hi, and yeah, spread the kindness. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, they might be following along a Bob Ross tutorial, or maybe they're just Bob Rossing style it up. I don't know. We will see. We have a raid call. You can copy paste the raid call. Thank you, Kath, for all of the social links. I do have an Instagram and DeviantArt, ArtStation, although it's not on there. But I have a Patreon as well if you'd like to support me further. I also post all of my time lapses and the things that result from them onto Patreon, along with a little write-up of like a self-critique, what I would do if I were to continue it, what I don't like about it, what I do like about it, that sort of thing. And I think that's it. Thank you for being here. Tomorrow I will do some arting in stream, probably. Not stream, sorry, in Discord. Along with watching about an hour of random art tutorials and stuff. Yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Have a good rest of your weekend and hope to see you on Monday. Take care.